Okay, good morning, guys. And Bev's here. She's looking black right now, her screen, but she's here on there. There she is. Thanks, Darlene. Thanks for becoming a member. If anybody else does by chance, it's $1.99. If you do, I'm gonna do a members live tonight, actually, guys. So if you're into that, yeah, we're gonna do a member. I thought I'd do a members live tonight, to be honest with you. So thank you, Bev, for joining me today. I know it's 9 a.m. here. Well, 9:08 here. And it's what, 5:08 there?
Yeah.
Yeah. Dinner time.
Dinner time.
Yeah. I struggled to get up. I'm not going to lie. I went to bed. I was telling Bev at like 6 o'clock this morning. Probably, if I was being technical, 6:17. So I was like 6, 7, 8. Yeah, 2 hours. And then I hit the alarm, snooze twice, 8:20. Then I was like, okay, time to get your butt up, do a thumbnail, get the live ready. It's amazing how fast you can do things when you want to. Good morning, everybody. Good afternoon. Good evening, wherever you're from this evening. Thank you guys again for joining. This, of course, is about Jack and Lily. So if you haven't hit the like and share, please do so. Don't forget, StreamYard's in the house. And StreamYard, if you don't use your punctuation correctly, it will tell you that you're trying to drop a link on there. So quickly do some shout outs. Hey, Terry, how are you? Belinda, I'm so sorry you have to hear everything. It must twist your heart and leave you breathless, but the light will overcome the fog, and we will search until your grandbabies are found. Amen to that, Terry. Yeah. You know what? My thing is this. Everyone can do their part in a different way, right? For people that are following this case. And I know, Bev, that you're invested in this case. Hi, Annabelle. And it just tears at your heart whenever there's children involved whatsoever. You are a child protection lawyer. Just go ahead, Bev. Just, again, tell people about yourself.
So I am Bev. I am a child protection lawyer in the UK, but I've also got a history in criminal defence work, and I've prosecuted criminal cases as well. So I've got kind of a rounded view of the type of things that are happening in this particular case, and it's one that's just really, really grabbed my heart, really. There's been a few over the last few years that I've just kind of consumed everything that I can find about the cases. Although the last few days, I've not consumed as much as I normally do because we've had a bit of a chaotic week off. So I am a little bit behind, it's got to be said.
Yeah. Show them your arm. Show them your arm.
Right. So I adopted a dog that's 3 years old, and this is how I've ended up. So the dog's gone back because it dived at my face, and I can't risk my kids, even though they're adults, they're still my babies. I can't risk her doing it to them. So I don't know what's happened in her past, but something's kind of created a need to play with people in a very rough way. She was playing, but there's a very fine line between playing and real aggression. And I don't want to be on the end of it if it turns into a frenzy. I feel it would hurt. But we took her back yesterday, which was a really emotional day. And we've had while she was here, it was a bit nuts because my dog didn't really like her very much. So chaotic week.
Yes, for you. Well, biggest hugs and prayers on that one. You know how life is, eh? Sometimes it comes and shits right at you. Yeah. And Johnny, that video is not a fraud at all. That's Wade. That's Cindy's other partner. That is Cindy in the video. I know Justin corrected himself and clutched them pearls. But that's not a fraudulent video. That's the TikToker with the blue Tesla that originally if anyone remembers in the beginning of the case, there was a TikToker and Earl Martell started getting angry at the TikToker. And I get it because they're not used to YouTubers. Remember Nicola bullied too, all the TikTokers and, YouTubers and you know what killed me about that when, well, that's the wrong use of words, isn't it? About that case was that it's like they never even stopped them, though. It's not like they cordoned it off. They didn't even stop them. And then they started griping about it, after like a week later. And they finally cordoned off the area. And I was like, so you're going to sit there and gripe and complain that YouTubers and TikTokers are, in the dog park there. And yet they never even did anything until they bitched. But, that kind of all pissed me off with their arrogance, I'll call it. The arrogance of the way that they were speaking and stuff like that. Because you followed that one. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Hi, Chelsea. It's the audio. No, it's not fraudulent. No.
Yeah, so I wondered, I have to say that at the time when I was watching it, I did wonder about the audio because it's not the same voices as the video, but I suspect that he's like recorded that and then.
That's exactly it. Is that when he first got there, it was both Cindy and Wade that took him up to the trailer. Now, the conversation was separate, but he just overlaid that. So he was recording, right? So, and the thing is, you guys, I make videos and stuff all the time. So I know exactly what, he did. And so, yeah, so you guys can, of course, decide whatever you want to decide. But, it's usually the people that absolutely have no clue about recording that run around spewing that shit. Like I said, I mean, like this is stuff I do all day long when I'm playing with videos and making recordings and stuff like that. But so that's what he did, right? So you could see Cindy talking, but again, that's because he was just simply recording. So just to make this clear, it's Cindy in the video and it is Wade, her partner. They've been out together for quite a long time, I believe. I remember that being said. And the video, like I said, the audio to that is a conversation he was having with Wade. So it confused a lot of people because people are trying to think that he's recording as Cindy's there. And some people are like, oh yeah, well, Cindy's not saying anything. And I'm like, can you guys not tell that it's in slow motion? Like, so basically he stretched out the video in slow motion. So if I'm creating a video sometimes and I want to do that, of course, I'm going to take the speed and bring it down. So that's what he basically did there from his channel. So hopefully that clears it up for you guys that didn't understand what was going on, because I saw even in Justin's channel, like, didn't matter how many times I remember Charmaine explained it. People just, it's like they didn't listen. And then you had Justin going, that is not Cindy in the video. And I'm like, dude, do you even know what Cindy looks like? That is 100,000% Cindy in that video. Now, someone corrected him. And then, which is good, because nothing worse than, I mean, I know who Cindy is because I've seen her profile enough. And I knew that was her. But anyway, so I hope that clears it up for people about why it's like that. The video is slow-mo, extended to last the duration of the conversation. Make sense? Makes sense. Okay. So, but anyways, I think that most people hopefully should understand that now and know that is actual audio. Tint has, like, he's a TikToker, yeah. Again, he's the one with the Telsa. All you have to do is go to his YouTube channel, see the Telsa when he's flying his drone up there to know. Yeah, it's not fake, period. Now, of course, the information, obviously I would take certain pieces with more of a grain of salt than other pieces, because obviously Belinda had seen her grandchildren prior to 3 years, but it's kind of like, Cody hadn't, but Belinda had seen them like about 18 months, and had been speaking with Malaya, and Malaya said she was going to bring the children. Now, whether or not that was going to happen or not was a whole different ball of wax, but she said she was going to bring the children over for Lily's, birthday. So, hey, everyone, why would someone spend time making a fake video? Right. Yeah. So I just hope I cleared that up. Again, at the end of the day, right? I always say this: God gave you brain cells. They're yours to use or not use, one of the two. That's not gray, by the way. It's not. It is gray, but that's not gray. That's actually okay.
Mine is well and truly grey. There's
Sunny.
no blonde left. That's all.
Yeah,
pure grey.
What happened with? I was gonna say. I mean, don't get me wrong. Well, maybe those are going. No, yeah, maybe a little again. So what happened was this. I put this mahogany color in my hair a couple weeks ago. Yeah. First time this ever happened. It didn't stick. Okay, you guys know mahogany, right? Purpley brown, right?
Yeah, you can never get it out. Never mind make it stick in the first place.
Well, mine always stick, right? Well, I mean, they stick for a good couple weeks and then it starts to whatever. But this shit didn't stick at all. And I'm like, it actually went lighter. But you're right. There's probably some grays coming through because it's like it didn't even activate. So I should get a refund for that because I've never had that happen ever. Chelsea Gray, of course, is Belinda Gray's daughter. With all the speculation in this case and such a big reward on it, I can see some content creators going as far as faking audio to overlay the actual video. I can't honestly equate the two together because obviously they're not going to get a reward unless there's an arrest made that leads up to. So I can't actually equate that. I can see people faking a video for views to add to their channel revenue by doing stuff like that. There is a content creator that actually did something like that. But anyways, not in this case. But no, I can't personally equate the two there, Chelsea, because again, it's the only people that will up to 150,000. First of all, is it has to lead to a conviction. So, faking one would be pointless then. Just keeping. Well, no. See, just you said possibilities, right? No, wrong. Yeah, that one wouldn't make sense. Hi, Citizen Sleuth. How are you? Oh, there's Kent. Hey, Kent. How you doing, buddy? Hope you had a good day yesterday. Showing off your future. Yeah. Now, just before we get started, of course, Jack and Lily have been missing since May 2nd of 2025. We're now on, July 25th. It's been 2 months and 23 days. We're coming up, aren't we, here to Bev to 3 months pretty soon here. Another, what? This is 30 days has September, April, June, and November. So 31 days in July. So yeah, another 6, 7, 8 days, and it's 3 months.
Next Thursday?
Yeah.
Or next Friday?
Well, the 2nd will be on Saturday. Good close. You just needed one more chance. I'll be on vacation starting the 1st, the Friday. Then I'm off for me and my husband. I told my husband, like I said, I was like, I want you to take the time off too. I want him to have some rest. But okay, so the fundraiser, you guys, obviously is August 9th from 12 p.m. to 9 p.m. at the Westside Community Center and New Glasgow, Nova Scotia. I know, Kent, is the parade on that day, the 9th, that you are using that big Jack and Lily sign? Is the parade on the same day? I was thinking that yesterday. Anyways, Jack and Lily, the unsung heroes, fighting to get them back. Admission is free. Some games and goodies have a small cost to support the cause. Please join us for the special Community Day fundraiser. I'm expecting to see Daniel Martell there. I'm expecting to see Janie, because they both said that they were going. Actually, you know what? To all the family members on there. Hopefully, the people that truly care about Jack and Lily, and put your fights aside, your squabbles aside, your egos aside, and whatever. And again, do it for Jack and Lily. And Daniel, don't forget your stapler. Might want to put up some posters along the way. Did you see my KFC video? Oh yeah, you did.
I did. It amused me greatly.
Well, I just figure when somebody's making a joke by going and saying things ignorant, that ignorant comment to Belinda, ignorant comment to me. I mean, it bounces off us, don't get us wrong, but it's a fact that somebody could actually do that. Meaning it was like, it didn't start off that way. But after a while, you get sick and tired of the lying and the bullshit. Like I said, I'm not no spring chicken of this crap. I'm very much in tune to people, and I know when somebody's playing a game. And Daniel is absolutely trying, and he's relentless.
Honestly, I think at the moment, and if you're in chat, Daniel, by all means, tell me different. But from my perspective, looking at his recent appearances in chats across YouTube and Janie's video and the private chat bit that Janie did, I think they are getting quite nervous.
Mm-hmm.
And this is a kind of a last-ditch attempt to try and control the narrative, but it's not working. It's just making matters worse, but it gives us more to look at, of course, when he carries on. So, carry on.
I know, right? Dude, I mean, and you're to me, you hit the nail on the head there. Exactly, right? It's just like, maybe he just doesn't realize how big of a fool. Like, I'm actually embarrassed for him of what he's trying to portray and what he's trying to do. But you know what? The last laugh will be on you if you had something to do anything with Jack and Lily's disappearance. You or Malaya or Janie, if you guys are caught freaking low. I mean, like I said, like, you can try to fool us is my thing, but you're not fooling the RCMP.
No, and they'll be watching everything. They, they're going to be going through with a fine-tooth comb every single statement he makes in chat or by speaking, and they will be keeping a really close track of all the inconsistencies so they can use them later.
Oh my goodness.
I mean, we're all doing it, so come on, the RCMP are also going to be doing it, but they'll be doing a better job of it because that's their job. We're just doing it because we're nosy and we're interested. They're going to have teams of people doing this.
Breaking Beats, the whole audio is AI. You always know it's AI because they say Mahala, Mahala, Mahala. So you can hear the twist of the AI in there just by listening to that. It's kind of like Lee had sent me an audio clip enhanced, and I can tell it's AI as well, right? But
yeah, they never get the name right, can they?
They
can't get Malaya's name right at all. AI,
not on AI. No. Daniel is personally misrepresenting the attention of Jack and Lily, and it's sad and embarrassing. Absolutely talk. Yeah. I call him like the whack-a-mole, like a little weasel, that the whack-a-mole game. Like, it's like pop, bang your head, pop, bang your head, pop, bang your head, because he just bounces in and out of rooms. And he's like, the first thing he did when that video came out, he goes into this private chat, and Haley's in there, which is Malaya's half sister. And of course he says it's all untrue, guys. All of it. It's all untrue. Just a bunch of lies. Yeah. Keep preaching to the choir, Daniel. But that's what he has to do. You guys just erase this all from your head. It's all untrue. It's all untrue. No, pretty darn sure there's a lot of truth to what's being said by not just him, not just by Wade, but by Haley, by Malaya saying it. Pretty sure there's some truth to that whole. Let's just do the math on that. Yeah, pretty sure that the math works, right? Okay, so hi Nadia, hi Lola. Global news, myself, Janie, and Lana by Zoom. Global news, myself, Janice, and Lana by Zoom. You guys did an interview? Is that what I can't say? Oh, there it is.
Janie.
There's going to be an interviews next week about the fundraiser. Oh, that's nice. That's nice. That's nice. Mm-hmm. It was nice too. I had somebody reach out to me. Actually, I'm not going to say the name, but I had someone reach out to me that said, offered, that said that they were like well, I'll just leave it there. Somebody had offered to coverage it for me and take a bunch of pictures and all that stuff. I mean, granted, we'll be watching the video live ourselves, but it's always nice when people care about this case and then they reach out to you and offer to do stuff for you and stuff like that. So I mean, no different than Kent, right? I mean, he's from the area, like some other ones are. He's from the area, so it's nice to have that as if you're partially there. Yeah. I can't comprehend the mentality of someone having information and answers or guilty knowledge or of any kind. Oh, you can if they're trying to save their own ass. This is it. Hi, Sunline and guest. This is Bev. I know that you can't see it sometimes because she's. Oh, here. Let me move her over so that. So, I'm kind of over top of our thing, but whatever. I'll just leave it like that for now. And if I need to move us again, I will. There we go. Now you can see Bev's name. Okay, let me scroll. Okay, so you know what? Wait, I am a member, or do I need to purchase the what $5 membership? Wait, am I a member? Yeah, you're already a member, Lola. So, like I was saying, I'll be doing a members live tonight. It's $1.99 for like just to become the member one. So if you were gifted one, you're underneath the rabbit hole one. But anyways, yeah. So I don't know about no $5 one. I don't know. I don't even look at my own memberships, to be honest with you. So when it comes to all the fluffy stuff, yeah, not really, yeah, not really up to date on doing that stuff, to be honest with you. There's certain things I put my effort into and other things I don't. Only because like honest, because before when I first had started the channel, I was working, yeah. Thanks, Norbeaster. I desert you though, just know that. Especially for cheesecake or ice cream. But yeah. No, that's Lola. Someone shared a link. That's Lola, that's different. That's from the coffee app. That has nothing to do with joining and becoming a member so that you can see members' videos. Yeah, that is the coffee app, the taco app type of thing. That is a separate entity in itself. That's when people want to buy coffees, but I call them tacos, like right here, actually. See, right? That has nothing to do with YouTube itself. That's just that because like this coffee app, a lot of people use it. It's just a simple way because a lot of times people don't, they don't have PayPal or whatever. It's just a simpler way. And coffee app doesn't take 30% like YouTube does. Vultures. Mm-hmm. It's like loan sharks. That's what YouTube is, a bunch of loan sharks. But that's the price of doing business with them, eh? No, Terry, I don't think you were rude. Like I said, I think if they thought you were that there would be bodies found, then they would use them. I don't think money would be a factor. Not sure what that was, but all good.
I think they're talking about cadaver dogs, but my understanding is that there's only like one lot of cadaver dogs in Nova Scotia.
Yeah, so that's where I have my hard time with this because are we so pathetic that we don't have a cadaver dog to bring to the scene? Is that how pathetic we are here in Canada for cadaver dogs? It just
I
seems
think
crazy.
there were a few
Yeah.
issues with the very beginning of the investigation, so they didn't bring
It's just,
cadaver dogs. They
you know,
didn't
yeah.
block off the scene. They allowed everybody to stay, including relatives, at the property overnight, which for me, you'd lock it down and say, this is a potential
Absolutely.
crime scene, get out while we do all the luminol and all of that stuff.
Exactly. Like they should have done with Nicola Bully.
Yeah.
I mean, you freaking find a phone and a dog, no female to be found, and it took you guys a week to lock it down. Meanwhile, everyone was traipsing everywhere, recording everywhere. Same thing happened with Sebastian Rogers, right? He was a missing teen. They deemed him as running away. And then when they go, everything was contaminated. But why not? When it comes to children, a lot of times family members have everything to do with the children going missing. Cases like this happen a dime a dozen, all day long that these happen. So if even Jennifer Coffindaffer, who's an FBI agent, and she's been on the channel before as well, it's like she said the same thing I did, and I'm not even an FBI agent, but 2 + 2 on this. That obviously, if a child goes missing, clear the house, lock it down, downgrade. After that, like it's ridiculous, and this is the same thing that's happening here. Yeah, let's just throw a freaking party. Don't mind that there could be dead bodies sent anywhere or something like that.
Not to mention the other bits of evidence, so you're giving the people chance to do a really good cleanup overnight after the first day. Just don't even give them that chance if there's even a small possibility that they're involved. From my perspective, you would lock it down as a crime scene and say, go and find somewhere else to stay.
It's just, I mean, it's not like that was a love shack that's built, and maybe they're making it look like that now, and I'm sorry, but yeah, I'm being judgmental, because obviously I'm sure that they would have full knowledge of that area and who's out there doing drugs, selling drugs, But I just mean the condition of the home alone, would have rang freaking red flags to me for sure. I'm sorry, but when you see a shit shack like that, and like I said, I don't care that I'm judging here. I am, and you see all this shit strewn across like a freaking child's death trap, and then you go inside and 2 children were living in that space,
And yet look at it now.
Pardon?
And yet look at it now. The property.
Oh, look at it now. She got her own freaking little coffee spot there now. Oh my goodness.
Painted all the bands.
Yeah.
They made it all look beautiful.
Yeah. Do they not realize though what fools they look like instead of looking for Jack and Lily that they say are alive?
Obviously not.
They're literally, again, more embarrassment. Like, sure, tidy it up. But freaking, I mean, all you need is freaking, a red carpet going up to the driveway now. All these little bird feeders. They have a couple in the backyard, a bunch of flowers lining up the drive. That's pretty much what it felt like. It was just like, so you got all that. One of the family members actually asked me to ask that question about where's all this time for doing, where's Lily and Jack, and where'd you find all this time to build decks and finish the fences and, staining and, like, what did they do? Family party, you guys. Come on over. But anyway, okay. So let's get into what do you want to talk about? What's kind of sticking out to you? Do you want to talk about Janie's interview first? And then we'll get into the other.
Yeah, so we can talk about Janie's interview, which I think has got lots of red flags within it. The timeline obviously is different to anything we've heard before. I think the biggest part of that interview for me really was the fact that she speaks so negatively about the children, in particular Jack, and that is really concerning to me, because if you've got missing children, usually family members will paint them in the best light possible. They don't describe the things that are annoying about those children or get on your nerves. They will always look at the, everything that's good about the kids. Not, it's the same when you talk about dead people, isn't it? You don't talk about the bad stuff. You talk about the good stuff. And I think that really, it struck a chord with me that she dislikes them so much that even in these circumstances, she can't bring herself on national TV to say nice things. You can tell she's trying to, but it still comes out sounding like she hates them. So that really worried me, because I think that demonstrates, first of all, the environment that the kids were living in. And I don't know whether they edited it, oh God, I can't speak, edited it out of the final version, but there was a version that I heard where she says, and I had to carry Jack through the woods. And then they've edited out the grab. Word. Drag, sorry, not grab. Drag him through the woods. And I'm thinking, have you actually just said that in an interview that's going to be going on national TV, that you drag him through the woods? Is that leakage about something that happened, or is it just a description of how the kids were treated when they were spending time with Janie? The fact that there is only one dog that is not the dog that Belinda saw, again, is a huge red flag. Where's that dog gone? And one of the other things that really bothered me was the description of the timeline where she hears Daniel, ignores it because she thinks he's calling them into the house. Well, first of all, that says Malaya was incorrect when she says they don't ever go out on their own. Clearly they do. If she's just ignoring the fact that he's shouting them in, that's number one. But then she goes on to say that within a matter of minutes, she comes out and sees Malaya stood on the drive. But Daniel says that he spoke to his mum, not Malaya. So there is so many inconsistencies around who spoke to who, when, and what that time frame included, that it's quite difficult to make head and tail of. I am putting together a timeline that's got kind of all the different things that people have said about each section. I've nowhere near finished it.
I know.
That was supposed to be my job for this week while I've been off, and then instead I've been playing Fight Off the New Dog and her advances instead. So I think that they were the main kind of really concerning bits, and also the glaringly obvious one, which I don't think I even need to say, but who would put a kid's swimming pool there? You just wouldn't. You'd put it in the garden. You wouldn't put it on the flipping driveway. So I think that stands to reason that that's utter rubbish. And I think it's clear that even if you were going to rake in order to put a pool down or do anything else on that driveway, you wouldn't do it in the middle of the night unless you're trying to cover something up. in which case you would do it in the middle of the night. That makes complete sense. So I assume that it was tracks of some kind.
Don't get used to
My
it.
guess is the ATV that hasn't been on the property for 5 years would be my biggest guess. The sparkly clean one the next day, in amongst all the very dirty things.
Wow, I was gonna say, I think I got this one picture handy here. Where is it? I literally was just looking. Oh, right here. Remember that? So, where did it go? Oh no, I put it up there. There we go. Yeah, right. I mean, that's just a piece of it that a quick picture. Oh, see, I'm over top. See, let me fix this. Let me fix this.
That
properly.
picture really bothers me because this area just to the right hand side of the RV,
yeah,
where the shovel is, it's massively different ground consistency. And I think the potholes that they talked about were a bit further away. But for me, if I was the RCMP, I'd be using ground penetrating sonar on that to check whether there's any anomalies underneath it.
Are you sure we can afford it?
Well, maybe they can't, but in that case, I'd be digging it up.
Yeah.
It's so very different. That's the issue. It's not just a little bit different. It's clearly been disturbed.
Yep. Thank you for becoming a member, and Libeth. Yeah, I was just trying to find the interview again. Here it is, right here, actually. Do you kind of want to watch it again?
Yeah.
And just, because it just kind of jogs the memories. Because,
Yeah.
I mean, besides, none of their timelines can make an iota of sense. And Janie's especially. They're blatant to me, my opinion. They're just blatant bullshit is what it is. And they couldn't measure their own math if their life depended on it. Honestly, it's again, to me, it's just, do they really think that the RCMP are so dumb that they're going to buy? Like, I know that they have more to the timeline. Absolutely. But what they're spewing off online, what they're spewing off online, which is quite different to how they're portraying to the news, like when it comes to Daniel, especially since he's the one that's usually at the forefront. Let me put it this way. If Daniel is in the chat, you should be hanging your head extremely low. Like, it's called the walk of shame. That's what it's called, Daniel. The walk of humility and shame is what it is. You should be. But anyways, well, I'll play it, and then tell me. Just I'll stop it if I feel like there's something I want to talk about, and same thing with you. Okay. Yep. Okay. Who's the troll? Who's that troll? Oh, Charmaine. Charmaine, come on. Mods booter. You know what? Well, no, actually, I gave her co-host status.
This is the pattern that Jack and Lily.
What'd you say? Did you say stop it already?
No, I just said hi, Shah.
Oh, sometimes you get British accent. I got to listen sometimes carefully.
That Jack and Lily came out of.
So, yeah, stop it there.
Okay.
So, do you hear that Janie corrects her? The interviewer says that would be the door that they would have come out of had they exited the building on their own. And Janie says, no, that's the door they did come out of. How the heck do you know? Were you there? Did you watch them come out?
I was going to say, you're right. Little catches like that. Hi, Bev. Who's your guest? Smart ass. That's a good little catch there. So that's where, you know, um, more than one person, right? Because everyone can pick up something different. And I wasn't even picking that up at all. Wasn't it on my radar? But that's so true on there. I know. Doesn't Bev run a great channel? Especially when Charmaine's on it. Amazing. It's amazing. Sunny, she's just that little nobody that, that everyone kind of forgets about. It's like Charmaine's so great. Kent's so great. The guest is so great. Oh, hey, Sunny. The only time that I get remembered is when people are placing the blame on me on other channels. And they're like, and then Charmaine and Kent are like, well, we can pretty much say anything over here because Sunny gets blamed anyway. And it's so true. Can we mute her, please? But that was a good catch on that one. Charmaine, you got jokes? Joke. Okay, do you want me to hit play? Oh, by the way, not in my world is that door light. I've had a door just like that when I lived. When you live in those 1960s, 70 builds, okay? That's pretty much how heavy the door was. It has, and you hear the suction. Quite different than this one that's only, about maybe 15 years old. Just, it glides. You still hear the rollers, but it just glides smoothly. That little suction cup is like freaking taking a plunger off of a toilet when you hear her shut it. This is a heavy door. Now, Daniel says that we're always telling them to close the door and blah, blah, blah. But this time they closed the door miraculously. The same door, Janie, that for sure that they came out of, even though you didn't see them come out, but for sure. Now, granted, there's only a few exits out of that place. It's either the front or there's the other door to, obviously, I think the bedroom towards the end there. And then this one. I mean, either way, check if they did. But
if they come out of it of their own accord.
Yeah. But this thing here, and I'm sorry, because to me, we'll call it a tin can love shack there. Like, I'm sorry, but the vibrations of that. Now, either Daniel, who's not really in a deep sleep at all, remember, guys? So Daniel would have heard the door opening and closing. He told us on his polygraph, Malaya was still sleeping, but I wasn't really in a deep sleep. There's what consistency, because I'm sorry. Yes, the room's at the other end, but we're talking about a freaking trailer that's like a tin can, and you're not going to hear this door kind of open or close. You're going to probably hear one or the other, but it's like a suction cup. You can hear the heaviness of the door. And do you honestly think that two kids are going to go outside? And again, Daniel, and the light sleeper that you are, that not only are you not going to hear that silent door that you guys keep talking about, and then on that rickety rack of a porch, you're not going to hear kids going like kids always do. There's nothing. The only time that kids are silent is when, like, yeah, okay, shh, let's sneak.
And come on, Jackie. Come on, Jackie boy. Let's go, Jackie, go. Let's go. Boy.
Yeah, I know. Very contradictory, isn't it? She says she hears things. But anyways, let me play more out. Very contradictory. Yeah.
So it's the morning of May 2nd. Take me through what happened.
Okay, I was up at 6 o'clock, sat in there and had my tea. And then on Facebook, 7 o'clock.
Hey, Nova.
I get up, come over here, fed my chickens. My brother.
Hold on.
It's the morning of May.
What? I think sorry, 1 sec.
Second. Take me through
tea. And then on Facebook, 7 o'clock.
Play that again for a second.
I get up, come over here, fed my chickens.
I just gotta stop that for a sec. Daniel, if I were you, keep an eye on those chickens. I might give birth to some of those. Make little chicklets for you. And you'll have plenty of chickens. Just saying. Anyways, yeah, that's all I wanted to say there. To be honest with you. I gave birth to a bucket of chicken. Why does it keep going back?
I was up at 6 o'clock, sat in there and had my brother, Ron, called me at 8:48.
Okay. Let's go back to that for a second here. So obviously, Bev, we can see on the phone here that there's the 8:48 call up top. Now, she claims, of course, that, now the call goes in at 10:01.
Mm-hmm.
They say that the police, RCMP, whatever, arrives in at like about 12 minutes after. Now, remember, she doesn't say, when it comes up here, she doesn't say that Malaya says that they were in the woods. She said the first thing I thought to do, but anyways, so, but she said she doesn't take her phone with her, right, as she's doing all the searching. But there's an audio call at 10:19.
10:19.
Missed audio call at 10:30, but then an audio call at 10:35, so 5 minutes later.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of calling going on, considering that she didn't take her phone.
The phone's not there. Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, that chicken sounds good right now. Oh my God, yes, I know. I enjoy chicken. Daniel, best buddy, best pal. Guess what, Daniel? I enjoy chicken the next day. I like to have the first one, but I specifically save chicken for the next day when it's cold. Mm-hmm. Yes, I do. Makes me want to divorce my husband right now. Daniel, you free? You single? You a single Pringle there, Daniel? On there? Okay, I just made myself up check. But anyway.
And asked me if I wanted to go to town with them. And I said, no. I said, I'm staying home. I said, I'm going back to bed. Okay, I went and I laid down. Next thing you know, my dog started barking and the kids were out in the yard. Now, you can see there's two swings
there for 1 second
where the kids play. My bed.
Okay. Did I go too far?
No, it's fine. So when she talks about, and the next thing you know, that's a time jump, isn't it? So what happened in that next thing you know? What time is the next thing? Because it sounds like she's jumping over something that's happened.
I get what you mean. Yeah.
I don't like that phrase. It's an indication of deception from her.
Mm-hmm. Well, I'll tell you now. This one, I say all the time. I always say, to be honest with you, and then people always go, "Well, you're not being truthful." It's an expression I grew up saying, probably because my mom or somebody said it, and
so it's only going to be an indication. And sometimes people have that as their baseline. So you say it a lot, all the time. So then that wouldn't be an indication of deception because you say it so much. It's if you said something different that it would then become an indication of deception.
Not sure
and obviously we don't really have we don't have a baseline for Janie. But it does concern me because everybody in this case talks about
doggy.
Next thing you know, and then the next thing I knew, and that type of thing.
Yeah. How much is that doggy in the window? I do hope that doggy's for sale. I mean, she lives and breathes her dog. I got 2 hours and 37 minutes of her talking. Okay. this dog, it's almost like she needs the dog for everything, pretty much. Like it's like it's her therapist, her dog. Like it's almost,
The dog's her kind of main companion, I suppose, because she lives on her
for
own.
sure. But the way she, to me, when she was kind of like, it just kind of seemed like over the top when she was talking about the dog, like as if the dog comes before humans, before anybody. And
Yeah.
I mean, obviously she didn't let the police into the trailer at the start there. And then she gives us that stupid excuse. 2 children are missing. And this wasn't the dog Belinda heard. And yet they keep lying about that. But anyways, you haven't missed much, Tina. Bev's here with me from the UK, the child protection lawyer and former defense lawyer, I believe it was. Okay.
My dog started barking, and the kids were out in the yard. Now you can see there's 2 swings where the kids play. My bedroom is right there. I heard the kids. This is where the kids' swings are. This is where they always played.
Oh, this is where they always played.
Mm-hmm. Now, it's not in this interview, but in the other private chat conversations where there were clips that have been played on other channels. I know you haven't played any of them, but she talks about the swings being her grandchildren's swings, and Jack and Lily use them when they're not there, like that was an evil thing for the kids to do. Like they were stealing the use of the swings from her grandkids.
Janie, you fed the chickens at 6 a.m. and then got a phone call at 8:40. What time did you hear the kids? Right. She does skip over time frames of stuff. Yeah. And especially when she gets to the point of after her brother's phone call, then all of a sudden everything's crystal clear for her of these time frames. And then at the point that is important, then she's not really giving time frames. Like, I don't know what time that was. I don't know what time. No, I kind of can't remember. Oh, you mean the 10 minutes that you would listen to your son yelling in your camper and stuff like that, but no time frame for that.
And so that's where
I heard them. And I can hear everything in that trailer. If 2 kids...
Just quickly, Bev, in actually the private chat, she actually had said seen once, and then she went back to heard. But she actually said, I remember catching her on that one, right? But this is when I'm taking it all in at first. Not sure what to think about her at the time. Besides, she's kind of doing a lot of poor me shit going on. This is where I had some compassion at first, because she's tearing up as she's talking. Now I just call bullshit.
I think the teams are for her and for Daniel and potentially Justin. There's some reference that she makes that makes me think she's concerned about both of them and what might happen, which is interesting.
Right. Okay.
Let's get out of a fence. And Jack and Lily are all the time yelling, especially Lily. Come on, Jackie. Come on, Jackie. Let's go, Jackie. Let's go, Jackie. It's all I hear out here. When the kids get out of the fence and come out through here, I would have heard them yelling, come on, Jackie. Let's go, Jackie. Let's go. I didn't hear anything. The next thing I heard is I heard Daniel yelling. He was yelling for Jack and Lily.
Now, remember, of course, everyone, this isn't a 20-minute time frame, right? Now, to Malaya, they disappear, or they were last seen, heard, of course, between 8 and 8:30. But of course, Daniel throws in there that Lily came in and out of the room 3 times, and they were told to keep it down. So you don't think at all at any point Malaya heard any of that? Malaya wouldn't have heard her daughter come in the room 3 times, let alone when he said we tell Lily to tone it down, like to keep it quiet because the baby Meadow's trying to sleep. In one interview, or probably even more, but one for sure. It's like the word "we" was used, not yeah. And again, it just goes along with that or bullshit, to be honest with you.
Yeah, and most mothers, far more than fathers, I think, are so attuned to the sound of their kids' voices that if they hear their voice while they're asleep, they wake up.
Yeah.
Even when they're in a different room, never mind stood in the doorway of the room that you're in.
Right. So imagine a child come in there 3 times, and he can hear. He can't hear the door, but he can hear Jack in the kitchen. Right. So how do you not hear the door, but you can hear Jack in the kitchen? Do you think he was like clang, 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 clang with the pots and pans? Right.
She also says, I heard the kids playing, and then she says, and if they went out of here, I'd have heard her saying, come on, Jackie, and I heard nothing.
Then I heard Daniel.
Did you hear nothing, or did you hear the children playing and then didn't hear her saying, come on, Jackie? She just seems to contradict herself.
Oh, they all do.
And absolutely contradict Daniel.
Yeah. Absolutely. Like, I mean, just by her own timeline, it blows Daniel's and Malaya's out of the water.
Yeah.
But the thing is that to her timeline, it doesn't, of course, make sense because it's at a time past 9 o'clock now. And, well, again, Malaya in no way, shape, or form, because Daniel says that they came out together in his own words on the interview, out of his own lips. So, I mean, I think we get it that, they're just a bunch of liars, the lot of them. And there's no way that in 20 minutes time, and it's not even really 20 minutes, but in 20 minutes time, right, that first of all, mother here, Janie, Janie, everyone just freaking lies in bed for 10 minutes while you're listening to your son yelling Jack and Lily, because that's just a normal thing to do. 10 minutes, right? Everyone knows within a minute you're going to be up off your ass and you're going to be going like what's wrong? Because you're going to get tired of hearing someone yelling Jack and Lily, because normally you'd have to call it once, twice. The kids are like, coming, right? 10 minutes, she says. And so in this whole time, Malaya somehow, right? Again, the storyline just doesn't mesh at all. And so that hers is bullshit.
There's a question here from Melissa.
Sure. Oh, Melissa, yeah.
Wait a minute. I might have got Tinkerbell. Asking whether or not if Malaya has kids in the future, should be able to keep them, or would CPS remove them immediately? It very much depends on the final outcome of the proceedings to do with Meadow. If the conclusion is that she can't have Meadow in the long term, then generally speaking, they would do dependent on how long there is before she had more kids. If it was a short period, they would just start proceedings when the child was born. If it's a longer period, what they would do is a pre-birth assessment, usually, to see whether or not changes have been made by the parents and the situation's safe for them to bring a new child home. I'm
blurry.
If it's not safe, then they would be removed. And we have certainly in the UK kind of repeat offenders in terms of parents who will just keep having kids and they will keep getting removed, and they just keep going thinking that next time it'll be different, but it isn't, because they've not actually made any changes. So they've got to prove really that they've made changes from the end of the first set of proceedings.
Okay. And you guys don't forget Help Find Lily and Jack. That's a website. Lana's Embrace and bringing awareness and the fundraiser stuff. See my beautiful little keychains? I haven't put one on my keychain yet.
I think they're gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous.
Yeah. Yep. Okay. Okay, so
I didn't get up because I thought he was yelling for Jack and Lily to get in the house. So the next thing you know, I came out of the trailer after I heard Daniel, about, I'd say, 10 minutes after I heard him, I come out of the trailer. I opened up the door, was standing here. Malaya was standing right here with Meadow on her hip. And I come out and I said, "What's up?" She said, "Jack and Lily are missing."
Okay,
I said, "How long?"
There.
She said, "About 20 minutes." I closed the door, got my boots on, came out here, ran up in the woods.
Right. Go ahead.
So that contradicts the story that came to us via Darren that was from Janie about where Malaya was stood, because she told him that Malaya was stood right at the road. And it's not clear. We've not seen that door to the RV open, but if it doesn't swing all the way back, she wouldn't be able to see somebody stood in the spot she's describing, because the door swings towards the driveway. But often in RVs they do swing all the way back, so that, until we see whether it does, is just a question mark. And Daniel says they came out together.
Yeah. Came out together.
Yeah.
Burn, Daniel, burn, gotcha. Liar, liar, put some fire.
If you're gonna create a narrative and put it out to the world, at least talk to each other before you do it and agree what you're gonna say.
I know. I mean, Darren, you know, that whole part where to me and Darren's part of it, it's like they were evolved. It's like he evolved the story to make it fit, but yet the time, because they're not brainiacs, the timeline just didn't mesh for any of them. So that's what kind of blows me away, is because 8 to 8:30 was on the scanner, and that's what Malaya said to, of course, Belinda. So there's no 20 minutes after. The 20 minutes that they're trying to account for is this 20 minutes right here, because this is, of course, when they say that Malaya put the two children into a vehicle but didn't see it, and that Janie came out. Oh my God. And then, of course, Daniel says, well, like, it's as if she didn't know my mom was going to be home. No, your mom was going to be home with the dog, like the recluse she is, right? She turned down going shopping. I don't even know where that fits in, to be honest with you. Like, maybe depends on how this whole all works out. If there's a cover-up, a family cover-up type of idea, you know, because I don't believe for 1 second that these children disappeared at all during this time frame. I'm curious.
I think it was Thursday night.
I think it was Thursday, and I'm curious why that Wade said 11 o'clock, like 11 p.m., you know, to that. I gotta go back and listen to that. But he specifically says, like, you know, like probably more around the 11 p.m. time frame. Okay.
Where did he get that from? I'd love to know. I'd love to speak to him and say what happened at 11 o'clock.
Well, exactly. So to me, the time frame here is definitely not in the morning. Again, Daniel says that what was it? Was it Lily? Was it Jack or Lily that got the black eye 2 days before?
Lily, I think. Was it?
Hey?
I think it was Lily.
Lily. Pushing down on the truck or Tonka truck or toy or whatever. and whatever. And I mean, can I ask you, as a CPS child protection lawyer, we already know that a couple months prior to that, Jack has a black eye, and he has some scrapes and whatever on his thing. Now, granted, children play, children, you know, my son, I think maybe once he had a little tiny black eye right here. But I mean, fast forward, what? So December, and then a couple of days before they disappear, and another black eye, you know, another black eye on a child and whatever. Like, just in your gut or whatever your experience, actually, are you buying any of the whole toy black eyes?
No, and I'll tell you the reason why. For there to be two in the space of a few months is very unusual. So there are particular areas on kids that we expect to get bruised up just as a matter of course by doing kid things. But there are certain areas that if teachers or medical professionals see bruises in those areas, it's a red flag and they go, right, we need to report this. Black eyes, round the ears, the inside of the thighs, because that's an area that you're not likely to injure yourself.
Unless you're grabbed there or something.
Unless you're grabbed, and the backs of your arms. So you bang your forearms a lot as a kid, and your hands, and your knees get scraped up, and your shins. But things on the feet, things on the palms of the hands, other than grazes where you've obviously kind of fallen and put your hands out. But if you see kind of linear marks on a hand, that's someone being hit with a like a stick, or cable is another good one that seems to be used a lot, like phone charger cables. That seems to be a common tool. And the back, because most kids do not fall and hit their back. They will fall and land on the bum, or they fall forwards.
Right.
Under the chin, yeah, they can do that sometimes, particularly if they fall, you know, on steps or something. But black eyes are always a red flag. And the fact that there are two on different children in the same household in such a short space of time would warrant a really close look by CPS. The issue that they have is, unless when they're asked, the child says it was mum, or it was dad, or it was Daniel, or it was uncle, whoever, then it's very difficult for them to actually find that as a proved allegation of abuse. And I think that's one of the biggest flaws in the system, is that we rely on a child who is highly unlikely to say the truth if they are being abused, because they know they'll get worse when they get home if they tell the teacher or the CPS person to tell us exactly what's happened. And for me, that is a massive, massive flaw. Sometimes we will rely on a medical expert saying that's a type of injury that doesn't match the story that the kid's given. And that's enough. But most of the time, we're looking for the child themselves to say it. And most of the time, they won't. So it may not be that CPS haven't done what they needed to do. It might be they have, but they didn't have enough evidence. That being said, I'd want somebody to be looking into how CPS dealt with the issues that have been raised in this case.
Right.
I think it's important that that's looked into.
Well, Wade makes a comment that the CPS, well, unless he's wrong on that one, but he's like, And it's like the file work just disappeared, and something about family knowing CPS work, someone that works at CPS there, something I'm kind of,
it was hard to hear. I struggled to understand what he was getting at with that. I mean, sorry, the dog is going because people have just got home.
Oh, okay. Did you know you need to go say hi to them?
No, do it.
Okay. Well, I was going to say, now, I'm not going to lie, Kate. I know this is like just me being gossipy a little bit, but Daniel and this girl, whoever this person is, and I don't believe the whole girlfriend thing, by the way. But anyways, but if there's one thing I couldn't help but notice is, and this could be a relative, even though it's kind of a weird time for that, but I just want you to watch, see how it's like this person's putting their arm around Daniel like this, because it's almost like the minute the camera comes and pans over, and I know it's too far, but it's just for some reason it catches my eye. So 1 second. So I'm just going to play that for a second.
Right here.
So this person who's ever at the end, but just watch it.
She's got her arms crossed at first, hasn't she? And
then watch. See, and then it's like it's like you see the arm right there. Do you see it? Right around, like as if
with.
Do you know what I mean?
Meadow on her.
Like that. It's almost like she spins around and puts her arm. Now I don't know if that's a relative or not. All I know is that I was looking at that going, and this is when, of course, the whole girlfriend drama stuff off. Anyways, you'd be an absolute fool to even consider. I still don't believe it. Regardless, put yourself in a relationship with someone that's a suspect of 2 missing children.
Men don't think with their heads.
No, they think with their wrong head.
They think with the other head, and you'd be surprised that, you know, women will go for all manner of people. You know, we've got people on death row getting married, for Christ's sake. Right. So that wouldn't surprise me hugely, but the timing of it is so suspicious. It makes me think that it is actually somebody who is trying to find information out from him.
So Daniel told Charmaine in those text messages, there's still certain portions we didn't put out. Hey, Charmaine, I guess we could put out it all now. Just there wasn't much more. But one of the things that he said, and I think I did mention it once. One of the things he said was, well, guess what? Cindy was writing love letters to, murder in prison and blah, blah, blah. And it's just kind of like, so we knew that. Because that was in a message to Charmaine about that. But that's the defense mechanism, none of it's true. This whole video is a lie. Point.
All distraction tactics, isn't it? Look over there.
Look over there.
Cody was terrible. Cindy's terrible. Malaya's
everybody's terrible.
I'm brilliant. I'm the hero of this picture. I'll have you know, I'm the only one looking for these children, whilst I'm painting all of the sheds and fixing all of the decking and all of those things.
But it's just it's just watching him do stuff like that. I mean, again, I find it quite humiliating to watch him humiliate himself. I hate to say laughable, but it is. Considering 2 missing children are at stake, because that this is what this is all about, Jack and Lily. But obviously in the bigger scope, it's like this person that's in charge of Jack and Lily, and they're just making an absolute ass of themselves daily. I mean,
multiple times a day, because every flipping
Yeah.
loud that happens is there in the chat, isn't it? Pretty much, he's going like jumping around the channels like nobody's business.
And you guys trust me, Daniel will come back for more. He might
He'll be back.
Oh yeah, he's not like he left actually. It's just that he might not be speaking.
Yeah, he might not be. He'll be in chat. He might not be speaking.
Oh, yeah.
He'll be watching.
But he'll come back. Like that man he got no like moral compass, or he has no like there's no humility factor though. It's just no matter what, he just comes back and boop, there you go, Weasel. Get out of here.
What I just don't understand is why he or how he can think that what he's doing is clever.
That's just it.
When literally loads of creators are saying to him, including professionals, don't, you're just being an idiot by speaking so much. And yet he carries on doing it. It's like he knows best.
Yeah. I'm the kind of person that once you cross my line, at first I'll entertain you. Pretend like I care something. Like obviously if he wanted to talk, okay, come on then. Come up. Get off the freaking pot and get up and talk if you want. You seem to have so much to say to everybody else. But once I get by that point of now you're just pissing me off and you're a joke. It's not that you're really pissing me off. You're pissing me off because this is about 2 missing children. And I'm not playing into your effing game anymore. You try to be a little bit nicer, let them speak, whatever. But to the point that he's just making a mockery out of Jack and Lily's case. Now, I don't care if 2 more sentences come out of his mouth anymore. Why? Because he's already said enough to last a lifetime of shit. So for me now, you just crossed my line. There's no Daniel going to come up here. Oh, Sonny, let me come up on there and tell you the truth now. Ain't going to happen. He's going to play his stupid games. And my thing is that at the expense of Jack and Lily, you little effer, that you're doing this. That's what pisses me off, is he thinks, no, I think what probably pisses me off more than him is the people that buy into his shit. Because maybe some people are just, not as wise when it comes to reading people, and they don't have like that little bit, you know what I mean? Not everyone's the same that way. Not everyone picks up on it. So I think it's more to the people, because it's not a Daniel side and it's not a Malaya side. It's a Jack and Lily side. So why would anyone stick up for Daniel at all with all the stuff that you've been shown by all these creators about all his inconsistencies, his outright lies, starting from the timeline, starting from the blanket? So how could anyone sit there and go, well, you're being too hard on him? Really? Says 2 children that are missing and he's making a mockery of it and he's lying? And people sit there and act like they, I'm on Daniel's side.
People are only hard on him because he's so inconsistent and he has clearly been dishonest. Because you can't say 2 completely opposite things and not be dishonest.
Absolutely.
One of them is true and one of them is not. But I think he's panicking, and that's why he's speaking so much in chats, because he's trying to control the narrative. It's not going to work, but by all means, crack on, because it's giving the RCMP more data to work with. And there will be leakage in every lie, pretty much. About exactly what happened. And I do wonder whether, there was some form of dragging them into the woods at some point in this whole thing. Squid makes a couple of good points. So first one is, if Malaya was stood where Janie is now, wouldn't she have left boot prints in the new freshly raked gravel, which is true. And also she talks about the CPS has a heavy caseload in Pictou County, many of the social workers burn out and move on to another job. It's a high turnover job, from what I understand. And yeah, I think that is true the world over, if I'm honest. They don't get paid enough to deal with the amount of work of such a highly emotional nature.
Yeah.
So dealing with kids that are in these types of situations all day, every day is really draining.
Oh, that's funny.
And we pay them a pittance, and it's horrific, really, you know.
Yeah. Mm.
Yeah.
Okay. Every lie has a piece of truth in it.
Yeah.
Well, I was going to say, let me...
most lies do. There's certainly usually some leakage. If someone's giving you a timeline, there'll be bits in there that's true and bits that aren't true.
Check out the 2:59 call at 8:04. That's the... what about it, Nani? Because that's how long the call lasted at 8:48. Is there something that you're trying to imply to that one, Nani? Okay. I'm gonna hit play again.
Yeah.
Her hip. And I come out and I said, "What's up?" She said, "Jack and Lily are missing." I said, "How long?" She said, "About 20 minutes." I closed the door, got my boots on, came out here, ran up in the woods. Just right up here. The kids have a little fort that they made out of sticks and fir branches, and that's where they go. You can see them and hear them. We went for walks in the woods. I had to practically carry Jack through the woods because there was no way that he was walking through all.
That's what you're talking about there. Yeah.
A bit where on one of the channels it's got the uncut version where she says, "I had to carry."
Is there an uncut version?
Yeah. Whose channel did I see it on?
Oh, it's probably okay. So it's probably on the news channel, and if you go to their actual channel, it's more of the fuller version.
Yeah. So and
no, I think you're probably. Are you talking about a recording? Maybe that somebody played from when Janie was in the private chat.
No,
and then no. Okay.
No, it was within this. So it was a part of the footage that hadn't been edited.
Okay.
And I just thought, Christ Almighty, how can you actually
CBC News
say that?
Mm-hmm.
I think I've watched the one that's on CBC, and I didn't see it on there, but maybe I'm mistaken, and it is one of the ones out of the private chat. But I was sure it was the interview. I was sure I was watching it. But there are only two possibilities there. Either she's leaking something that did happen in terms of this whole scenario, or...
Why did that go right to the end? What's up with this thing? I gotta put it back to where we were. Okay. My thing on that one is too. She keeps saying blueprint like it's one, as if the children are playing outside. The grass isn't going to be freshly trampled. It's moisture, right? It was raining this day.
Yeah.
Okay. Now there's going to be trampling of their feet. There's going to be near the swing. There's going to be a bunch of fresh footprints, right?
Unless, of course, they weren't out there.
To me, that one was staged, along with their whole bullshit time.
The boot got carried out by somebody, and
because they're trying to project.
Yeah, once they'd covered the tracks of whatever it was, I think it was the ATV, but that is just literally my kind of thought process.
Yeah.
My opinion is that someone's gone out and actually just placed a boot print there, because otherwise there would be, as you say, there would be evidence of the children being out there that morning.
Got taken in a vehicle.
Near the swings, near the chickens, on the driveway. They just would have been, given that it had been raining.
And all she says there too, Bev, was, again, so Daniel said, and Malaya said that they were in the woods, and my dumbass believed her. Now, granted, later on when she's texting Belinda, she says a couple of things. She says about them being in the woods underneath my supervision. Now, I take that with a grain of salt, because at no point does Janie say, she says, I got my boots on and I went up there to check, right?
Mm-hmm.
She doesn't say Malaya said. She just said that Malaya said that they're gone, or children are missing, or whatever she said, or they're gone. And then she's like, well, how long? Well, again, she screwed herself to the 20-minute timeline right there because of the 9:40 now. So that means that 8 o'clock to 8:30. And then this whole time in between is a bunch of garbage is what it is then, because they've nailed themselves to the coffin on this one with the 20-minute thing. Daniel, of course, says that him and Malaya came out together. Daniel said he did 30 seconds up and down. So Mother is saying, well, you know what? I think I'm just going to go to the same place that Daniel just looked, right? Because, I hear Daniel hollering for 10 minutes. And so at no point, well, I mean, let's just get this straight. The first thing you're going to think to do, Mom, are the children in here? Mom, are the children, right? That's what you're going to think to do. So that, again, everyone knows just by that alone, again, just hogwash, bullshit, right?
Even if they never usually went in there, if you can't see them, that would be the first thing you'd do, is check. Is there a reason they've gone into Grandma's trailer?
Yeah, I think that they're free range.
I can't remember what it was.
Oh.
I'll have to go at about 7 from my time, so in about 25 minutes.
In about what? How long?
In about 25 minutes.
Yeah, okay, no problem.
2 hours then, won't we? And it's
I can hold my own. I don't need anybody. I'm good. You can ditch me. Yeah. Is it dinner time?
Yeah. Everybody keeps walking past and looking at me as if to say, hello, we're hungry.
Okay. Well, then, so at the end of the day, then let's just you got 25 minutes. Let's just cut to the chase of it all. And let's just go into, so what from that video that you heard with Wade talking, hey, so first of all, Wade says that Malaya is at the beach all the time. Pretty much, most days she's over at the beach. I don't think, after thinking about this, I don't know how much Malaya is, besides talking to the RCMP originally, of course. I don't know that she's sitting there, like, she's doing this weird shit. It's just weird.
It's very, very strange behavior for a mother who's got 2 missing children.
Well, this is where people can buy in to the hidden part. Dermot can take his timeline and stick it, because that's not true, right? She was not at the end of the driveway. She was not. So he embellished all that. And they tried to put Malaya in the car here. Okay. Now, but from the actions of Malaya, like, if this is true, that she spends quality time at the beach, I'm not seeing that as being, let me just get my daily, thought process time in every day. No. This, to me, when I heard that, I felt disgusted, because I'm like, you're kidding me, right? So even if you know that they're dead, I'm sorry, you're what? Going to the beach?
And you should be mourning.
Right.
If you know that they're dead, you should be mourning. If you think that they're missing, you should be searching. And if you think that they're hidden, why aren't you making arrangements to go and see them and be with them?
But this is where people can think again that they're alive because of those actions. If she's not showing any sign of sorrow, like Wade said, or sadness, right?
Yeah, but then why is she nearly 3 months down the line still keeping them hidden and away from her? Because they're not where she is. They can't be.
No.
The RCMP will be watching her. So they've got to be hidden somewhere else. But would you really keep them kind of totally away from you for 3 months?
Not unless you sold them for money or something like that.
Mm.
You know, I don't like.
Things.
The thing is that trafficking is a big thing, but I'm thinking about their just kind of off my cuff here. But if they're broke ass, they're 34,000 plus in debt. And Daniel doesn't even like the kids, according to Wade. Malaya obviously isn't the same person she used to be. You know, like meaning, like clearly two different kind of versions. I mean, that's when someone could work in the line of, oh, they sold the kids off Thursday. You know, here you go. You know, thanks for the money. Thing is that trafficking is actually a huge thing, but is it in this case? How many of you guys out there even have an inkling to say trafficking? Like, how many of you guys? I mean, it's just that it's kind of like with Orrin and Orson, the case I showed yesterday. A lot of people believe that they were sold, right? And they very well could have been. They haven't found them, right? But if maybe, you know, it's just that if I was to match up Malaya's actions that we're hearing about, no sorrow, right? And this look of, but the thing is that Daniel would have to play a part in this because, right? Like he would have had to have had a part in all this. It doesn't seem like the likely line, but I have to wonder, why is Malaya, is she so disconnected? Or like, if it's true that and I believe Wade when he says that she goes to the beach a lot, but it's not the actions of a mourning mother, you know? Yeah, I'm still on the, you know, unalived on the first myself, but I'm not understanding is Malaya's these actions, right? I can only understand it, but if we hear she's going to the beach quite frequently, I mean that propels a whole different point of view of her, you know. And Daniel, he'll want to live off of that one, I'm sure, right? Like, I mean, he'll add that to his storyline for sure. Oh yeah, right. Remember to keep pointing out Malaya was going to the beach multiple times, right? Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, I bet you she was looking for that waterfall somewhere out there in the distance. But yeah,
the old Daniel.
So,
remember.
So, what in that video of Wade's and Tint's stood out there? Like, what is it that you I don't know. Did you listen to it all? I know some of it was really
I listened to the majority of it.
Okay.
And I think the biggest thing for me was the description of Daniel not liking the children, him beating both Malaya and the children. And the other thing that struck me as interesting was, you know, Belinda has said that she thought that Malaya was a good mum before, but Wade describes that even when she was with Cody, she was very kind of messy and wouldn't clean up after the kids and wouldn't, you know, feed them right and all of those things. So ideas might be
right
believed if you think about what Belinda saw. But if I compare that to me when I was quite a bit younger and we'd first got married and the kids were really young, if I knew my mother-in-law was coming round, I cleaned up.
Mm-hmm.
Even if it was an absolute tip before and, you know, the kids' toys were all over the place. If I knew that anybody was coming round, I'd tidy round.
Absolutely.
So it might be that Belinda only ever saw the best side of Malaya. And that she wasn't as great then.
Well, considering we heard about 100 diapers in the garage and when she was living with Cody and rats in the wall, that's what we heard Wade say there.
Yeah.
So, and
they're the kind of things you don't like suddenly make up either, are they? It's an unusual thing to come up with. There was 100 diapers and rats in the wall. You don't come up with that just out of nowhere.
right.
Kind of too unusual to be a made up story.
I think if I were, I would kind of. Do you think Malaya did hypothetically did drugs as well? Because I mean, Cody did them as well, right? And everyone's saying that, of course, Daniel does math. Do you think? I can't see her not partaking, to be honest.
No.
Do you think?
I mean, it does sometimes happen, to be fair, that you'll get one person who uses and one who doesn't. But it's unusual because if you want the person who doesn't use, it's really hard to put up with the person who does. So it tends to either be that relationships break down very quickly or they do it together.
Yeah. Now, just quickly, no, I'm pretty sure, Charmaine, right? This was referring to when she was with Cody, not Patty. This was with Cody when they were living in their apartment in Greenville or something like that. Belinda was talking about it yesterday. Right, Charmaine? But anyways, this wasn't with Patty, the grandmother. It was, I'm pretty darn positive it was with Cody.
I think he did say at one point in there that she was just as bad when she was living with Patty. But he also spoke about when she was with Cody.
Yeah, because Cody and Malaya were living in a place now. And then Belinda, I think, said it wasn't the basement, it was the garage, is what she said. So either way, and then Wade had said about, rats in the wall and stuff like that. So, and that's why, say, Bev was talking about how maybe she only saw the better side. I don't know. Belinda's not in here right now. But
there's a few people saying they thought that he was referring to the boyfriend between Cody and Daniel.
No.
That could be true. I think the words he said was, and the one before, which could have been either of them, I suppose. And he didn't use the name.
Yeah, but Belinda,
when I listened to it, it made me think he was talking about Cody.
No, diapers in the garage and moldy clothes. This is right, because so there was a guy in between. Most people don't realize that. I had said that because Belinda had told me, but Belinda's the one that was answering to that. So I'm going to stick with Cody, my final answer, because Belinda was talking about it. She obviously, she referenced that it was the garage, not the basement.
I didn't see the live where Belinda was talking about it
yesterday.
I've watched Wade. What's it called? The guy. Sorry. I watched his video, but I didn't watch your live yesterday.
Right.
So I'll defer to your better knowledge on that.
Yeah. Sunny thinks she's right. Do you agree, Sunny? Yes, I do. Yes, I do. Yep.
Excellent.
No. but your point there though is that maybe that was like Belinda said that one thing that I remember that stuck out was she said that Malaya liked her designer clothes, and at the end of the day, you ever see those people that literally live in a shithole, and yet they have
look amazing.
Yeah. It always gets me.
A lot of them. There's a lot of them. It's quite common. So a lot of our parents that we deal with will be always kitted out in designer gear. sometimes even the kids are kitted out in loads of designer gear, but then they're treated like absolute hell. And the house is an absolute shithole.
I know.
And you think,
yeah.
Priorities?
Well, again, I mean, you just got to go to look in Chicago, right, to see all the, like in the hood, and yet they're all freaking blinging with their freaking, Adidas. I know. Hey, how do you say Adidas, by the way?
I say Adidas, but a lot of people in the UK say Adidas.
I know my husband. He's always like, "No, it's Adidas," and I'm like, "No, it's Adidas." Okay. But you guys wear that.
I agree with you.
Hey, yeah,
I agree with you, even though I'm from the UK. So I've always said it.
My husband, no, he hates it when I say yogurt. He always says, it's not yogurt, it's yogurt. And I'm just like, he's so picky on his little British bitchy side there. Aluminum, 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 aluminum,
Aluminium.
Aluminium. When he says vitamins, we don't say vitamins. We say vitamins.
We say vitamins. We say vitamins, yeah.
Why Malaya never? No, she worked at, what was she, a cashier or something at some point? Belinda said, like, she did work at some point. And then probably when she was popping out kids. I feel like Malaya was fine with grifting off the system. I think she was fine with that. She kind of, because you know what, because I've seen, like I said, these people, these type of, whether they were friends or not, this remote, like a lot of times moms like stay at home, but I personally, if I was just a guess, I'm seeing a lazy person that likes to live off of the system, and that's her lifestyle. She's just happy living off the system, having some kids.
The other thing as well is Wade described that Daniel deals, not just uses.
Yeah, sells and makes.
And makes. Now, if you're making it and dealing it, then you're making a damn sight more than just dealing it. So it could be that they weren't as badly off as they appeared because they were using his income from not so nice means.
Okay, these people are going to force me to go. It wasn't the other guy. Wrong. Osprey. You go listen to that segment again and you go tell me. Why would Belinda know it was the garage instead of the basement? Why would she know it was the garage? How would Belinda know that? Right?
Yeah.
Sunny's right. You're wrong. And even if I'm wrong, I'm right. But I know I'm right on this one. Yeah. Even in her earlier video, she's very self-centered. Yeah. I mean, I see that. Like, don't get me wrong. I do feel like I feel like Malaya is kind of about Malaya in a lot of ways, for sure. And Daniel, well, to me, he's just a full-blown, like my niece was on the one day and she was explaining how if you are injecting, say, meth, how it's different than if you're lighting it. And she was saying that basically you think you can do anything, like you have this what comes off as a narcissistic personality, a lot of energy, and that you it's almost like you forget that you're telling these stories because you're just your brain is just spewing out shit type of thing. She explained it a lot better than that, but basically it matched to me how I would perceive Daniel. That was the case.
What you described really reminded me of Daniel.
Yeah. Now, okay, I know you gotta get going soon here. So what other parts of this did you wanna hone in on what you heard? Or
I don't think what else he said. They were the things that made me kind of really go, okay. So it really gives a clear indication to me of the type of home life that the kids were living. So they were living in a space where they were neglected even before Daniel came on the scene. They were in and around drug use. They were physically treated badly by Daniel, by the sounds of it, if what Wade says is correct. And they were also watching Malaya be treated badly, which in and of itself is a massive impact on children and their development. So it bothers me that CPS hadn't yet taken any clear action. Because with all of those things tied in together, I'd have expected them to have been removed earlier. And of course, had they have been, then they would still be here, wouldn't they?
What do you think about that comment where Wade says, like, CPS, like, when I say this, I mean, well, I'll say the comment first and then I'll say what I mean. So when Wade says that they should have been taken by CPS back in December, and so in my head, I'm instantly thinking, well, not like you guys freaking, like, they had a U-Haul ready to pack her up. And then she said she wasn't going to go. But, I mean, why wouldn't they, knowing that the children, including Malaya, why wouldn't they make those anonymous phone calls to CPS?
Yeah. Why didn't they? But they might have.
Maybe.
We don't know. But why didn't they go in and literally say, Malaya, give me the kids? Let them come and stay with me. If you want to stay there, so be it. But let the kids come and stay with me. And maybe they did, and she said no. But I think if it was me and it was my grandchildren, I'd be whipping them out of there and saying, fight to get them back, if you dare.
I mean, go ahead.
And then in terms of CPS, I think if it depends what their involvement was in December, but it worries me a lot that they weren't removed. When we can pull together as members of the public enough information that suggests that they were living in that type of environment, why were they left in the care of those two people? Particularly when there are repeated incidents of physical harm. Because usually, as soon as there is kind of clear evidence of physical harm, the kids are removed and then the proceedings take place and a decision's made about long-term placement later down the line. But they protect and safeguard the child straight away by removing them. What does that say?
Oh, I'm just pointing out that they're talking about Cody. You didn't see the kids for 3 years is right above that.
Yeah.
So I'm pointing it out because so many people need to go re-listen to it again because it is a hard hear.
It is.
This video. It definitely is a hard hear, guys. But the only person that was 3 years. So when Malaya moved out, she moved in with Patty. She didn't move in with this other guy. She moved in with Patty when she left, right? So it's just because this was a lot to absorb, this particular video, and it was hard to hear. So a lot of people are misconstruing a lot of things about it because they maybe heard it once, twice, but it's a hard hear. But anyways, right above there, you guys, it literally says, we moved them to Greenville, 3 years, and then that fucking guy. So just wanted to clear that up. Since some people were going, no, talking about the other guy, talking about this, talking about Daniel, talking about this. So that part right there, I just wanted to say, you know what, Bev, I don't want to keep you because I know you need to go do your stuff. So, is there anything else at all?
The only thing I'll say is, so he was Shan says, but struck me, I think they're all troubled, and I think it takes a lot for CPS to be able to take action when there are bad things happening, and I agree with that to a certain extent. So if there are a lot of families who are living in really bad conditions and they took all of the children from each of those homes, they would overwhelm the system, and that might be something that's played into the decisions about how bad it's got to be before they do remove. And it's hard to think of it like that, because we all are in a position where we think, well, you know, if the kid's at risk, then remove them. But they have to look at it from a resource perspective as well. So can they find somewhere to put the children? But here, there's family members who could care. So it's not that they would need to remove them and put them in a foster placement. There is family members who are in a good position that could care. So I agree with it to a certain extent, but I do think that here they would have been able to safeguard the children without having to use up the resources.
Yeah. Thank you.
Apart from that, no, I need to listen to it again, because I tried twice today, and it's so difficult to listen to that until I actually transcribe it.
I will send you what Lee sent to me and see if you can make that a lot better. And also, you know, if you on your computer, you know, right, you can you go down to where it says transcript, and then you can hit like, well, I use F1, right? Obviously, when I'm searching for a word like diaper, type of thing. But I mean, you could have the transcript open up beside you as well. But I'll do that right now while we're talking, actually, forward, Bev, and see if maybe make more sense out of this. Thank you, Lee, for sending this, by the way. Let's see here. Send. Okay. It's underneath Smash, so you just got to hit download, and then it will open up in your player on there. I would love to hear Cody Sullivan's side from him. That's probably unlikely, to be honest with you. I feel like Cody Sullivan is like Derek from the Delphi case, that he'll pay attention, see what's going on in a sense. But I can't see him speaking out, to be honest with you, at all. Maybe one day, who knows? But and sometimes that's a lot of humility factor as well, right? You know, if you know that you've been out of the children's life for 3 years and stuff like that, you know, it's going to be hard for you to put the almost ego aside, even because, you know, everyone pretty much in this case knows, right? I just see him being more just staying to himself, you know? And again, whether you guys agree or disagree, bottom line is everyone does what everyone does themselves. We're not in control of anybody else's actions or thoughts, for sure. Now, before you go, all of them, most of them, would you deem as being untruthful?
Yeah, very much.
Malaya,
I don't know enough about Cindy and Wade to say.
No, not them. I don't even think
in terms of, yeah. So Malaya, Daniel, Janie, definitely Darren. You know, the family members that have spoken out, I think there are bits of truth in there, but they're all trying to protect somebody, whether that's themselves, i.e. Daniel, or family members.
Mm-hmm.
That's my own opinion, of course, and not.
So if you were to choose, do you think that the children disappeared on the first?
Thursday, yeah.
On the Thursday? Yeah, I wonder, I'm curious about that 11 o'clock that Wade said.
I want to know why he said 11 o'clock. What happened? was there a phone call from Malaya? Was there a missed call? Was there something that, you know,
that would make him
in the background on a phone call? What exactly is it that makes him think 11? I'd love to know that. Wade, if you would like to tell us, that would be fabulous.
Go on, Wade.
Just tell us.
Yeah.
I'm not sure Cindy's going to be too happy about him spilling the beans, to be fair. But
yeah. I mean, for just one more thing. So Tint is the one that recorded Earl earlier days. How do you feel about him recording Wade? I got no problem with it myself at all. What do you feel?
I mean, I've got no problem with it on the basis that Wade didn't have to start talking about it, did he?
No. He's telling a total stranger all this info.
Talking to a complete stranger, knowing that the person he's talking to clearly is following the case, even if he doesn't know that he's a creator. I would have put 2 and 2 together and gone, yeah, I better not say too much here. Unless it's information that I wanted to get out there into the public but didn't want to say myself.
Yeah, exactly.
Which might be the case.
Could be.
But yeah, I've got no issue with it in terms of the ethics of it, because if he didn't do it, somebody else would, I'm sure.
Oh yeah. So for Daniel and Malaya, to be honest, both of them don't care about Janie on this part. That video coming out.
Yeah, they're not going to be very happy, are they? And I should think, I mean, somebody said that Daniel immediately started jumping up and down in chat. I didn't see where he's spoken in chat, but I can imagine that it would literally put him on massive edge about the amount of information that's contained in it. You'd just be thinking, oh my God, stop speaking. If you were.
I guess maybe at the end of the day, maybe he's just like, YOLO, got nothing to lose here. I'm just gonna, I'm not I've not been arrested or nothing like that. I'm gonna continue my parade, and claim of that I didn't lie and I didn't. Oh my, actually, I can't. Honestly, he's gaggable. Daniel, do you want to come sit up here with me? I'll make room. You can talk to Charmaine, even if Sunny doesn't really like you at all. But it's okay, Daniel. You can come tell your truth. I'll buy you a bucket of KFC and we can eat the birthing sauce together. Such a joke. Anyway.
Right, I'm going to have to go because I've just got a message saying that things have not been done that are supposed to have been done.
That's okay. Well, thank you, Babbitt. And I know that our time is really off. But you know what? In saying that, I'll be having my 2 weeks off, and I'm not exactly sure what me and husband and that are doing, but at least I can do some more reasonable live times.
Yeah, and I don't mind kind of, on occasion staying up late to come on. It's fine.
Yeah.
It's probably better when everybody's buggered off to bed and I can ignore them all.
Right? But
I love my family.
Eh?
I love my family.
Of course you do.
They are.
I love mine too. When they're not around. Yeah.
Yeah, sometimes a little bit of hard work, it's got to be said. But yeah.
Anyway, thank you so much, Bab.
Right. Thank you. Speak to you soon.
Thank you.
Bye, everyone.
Bye-bye. Hey, Trouble. You want to come up here and sit with me? Or what you doing? It's been a while. It's been a minute. Do you want to come up here and sit with me, Melissa? Okay, let's see here. We'll go back. I'm going to go back to that part. See what Melissa says. Yeah, thanks, Bev. Oh, now I can stretch. Nobody's around me. No Charmaine to punch. No Kent to punch. Jimmy the Reserve. Wow, I was talking to Melissa, but you want to come sit up here with me, Tinkerbell? You want to come sit beside Sunny? I promise I bite. Charmaine, come out of the corner. We don't need Charmaine. Shut it. We don't need her. You're just going to blow up her ego more than it already is. I know. KFC. On there. Let's see here. Hold on. Yeah, give me a second. I can get a better shirt on. Yeah. And Tinker, if you want to come up here as well. I'm not going to give you any of my KFC, though. Well, I don't have any to give, but okay. Where's the freaking link thing here now? Right here. There it is. Well, you know what? It's too bad you guys all weren't on camera, right? And we could just sit up here talking with Daniel. Got our staplers to the side, our KFC bucket going on. Yeah. You want to come up here? Yeah. Okay. Well, send me an email to it's a crime or to at crime and shame at gmail.com. So it's at the top of my emails. And then I'll send you the link. The only thing you have to do is if you're not going to go on camera, you still have to show me in the back room that it's you, that you're an actual person and not some male that's going to rickroll me and, you know, show their penis. Okay, 1 second. So come on down. Let's see here. I gotta send this to Melissa. Melissa, where's your name? I think it's fallen down to the bottom of my list somewhere here now. Where are you on here, Chica? Damn, you got 2 accounts, by the way, too. So, let me just type it in, actually. Is it this one? I think it's this one here. Okay. Don't forget, you guys, for anyone watching, please hit the like and share for Jack and Lily. Again, the fundraiser is on the 9th. I hope you guys that live out in that area, including family members, put your shit to the side. Go do it for Jack and Lily's sake. Maybe make amends while you're there. Maybe just, you know what, everyone just kumbaya, tell the truth. How about them apples on there? So Tinker. Yeah. I'll just wait for an email there. I think we need to start a ruckus to get better child protection laws in our country. Anyone else already? I sent a message just now. Okay. 1 second. Oh, see, I sent it to the wrong one. 1 second. I have to refresh my screen. Facebook can kiss my butt. It's ever since I synced it up, it's like the worst shit ever. It's like worst. Okay, there we go. Melissa's out of Indiana, you guys. We covered Delphi, covered Sebastian Rogers' case. Are you on Victoria Island? Are you in Victoria? Or Vancouver Island, I should say. Truth without it. Let me see if I got too much crap here. 1 sec. Tinkerbell, where's my email? Come on, chop, chop. She's giving us a play-by-play. All right. Tinker, tinker, Tinkerbell. Melissa Pruden, I agree. Wait, did she decline? I thought she said. I thought Tinker said. Maybe I read that wrong. Tinker. No, I'm comfy here. Maybe another time when you have KFC. Oh, are you little pussy? Come on now. You want to set in my balls? My KFC balls? Gotcha. I don't need you anyway. I don't need you anyway. I have Tinkerbell pixie sticks from Disneyland from when I was, how old was I then? 32. So 22 years ago, I still got my Tinkerbell pixie sticks. Yeah. I'd be dead in a sex. All right. Come on. You said you're, wait, it's being a D, 1 sec. Okay, 1 sec. Okay, well, you know what? While we're doing that, let me look for the 11 o'clock time, guys, on this, where he says 11. So there's 20 of those. So let's see. Hopefully. I wonder if it picked it up. Ah, that could have been, okay, here, right here. Okay. Oh, there she is. I see you smoking back there, Missy. Yeah. You know, mute yourself. Yeah. I see
They
you.
changed StreamYard. What the fuck?
I know, it's a little bit different, isn't it? Yeah. So Melissa, again, we covered Sebastian's parts of Delphi, and Melissa's been having some health issues. How's your health issues going on right now? Still bad?
Yeah, I'm home for this week because I had to have surgery. And so I go back to work next week. So today's the first day I've been kind of out of bed since surgery. So I'm just kind of relaxing and trying to catch up. And
Charmaine Troll, she's headed to Costco. See you later. Looking good, Melissa. Yeah, and I see you again. Now, I know you just got here, but guess what? I need to go give the toilet a drink. I was waiting for you to get your butt up here first because Tinkerbell, she bailed. She was like, no, I'm too comfy. Have you paid attention a little bit to this case? Obviously, a little bit.
When I can, here and there, between work and not being that well, it's been kind of hard. But at first, I believed Daniel. But I'm to the point now, I really think Daniel, Malaya, and the mother all know something.
Okay, so even I'm going to be able to still hear you. Let me go to tinkle. I'm going to go take a tinkle bell. Tinkerbell. Okay, tell me the reason why. Tell me why you thought Daniel, you believed in him, to now why you don't believe any of them.
Well,
and I'll be right
when
back.
I first seen the videos of Daniel, I thought he was being genuine. I kind of felt like he was being honest. The last couple lives that I've seen from you, though, I think my opinion of him honestly really started changing when he was messaging Charmaine and then tried to take back everything he said to her, what she had the receipts for, and was like, oh, I didn't say it. It wasn't me. Take it down. It looks bad. And it's like, if you're telling the truth, what the frick does it matter? Because there are 2 missing children. So that is kind of when my opinion of him really started to change. I never believed Malaya. I've always thought that she knew something. And that video you were talking with Bev about, that woman just seems really shady. I don't believe a thing she says. It just doesn't, things aren't adding up. The timeline doesn't add up. Their stories don't add up. The children were clearly neglected at minimum. I think that they were abused. And I feel like whether this was an accident of, oops, we took the abuse a little too far, or the kids got into drugs, or whatever, somebody in that household knows something. And, you know, something that has bothered me, and I haven't really said much about it because I don't know enough really about the case to speak a lot on it. There was a shoe print found, not a set, but one shoe. Well, if there was one shoe, where was the other one? He's not a one-legged boy or a one-legged girl, right? Like, they have 2 feet. So why weren't there a set of shoe prints? So I don't know. Just things don't add up for me. I don't know what everybody else thinks, but I just don't think things add up.
Oh, wow. Oh, got hurt. I was eating munchies. And you know when a chip goes this way instead of this way? Oh. Damn
Hurts
it.
a little bit.
That's just a little bit. It's almost like a dentist throwing a needle in your mouth on there. Now, so Daniel, when he retracted, or not retracted, I should say, well, when he wanted us to take everything down. Well, first of all, I knew that was pretty much the end of the conversation between him and Charmaine. I kept trying to believe him for quite a while. And you know what? I know you're smart. I know that when it comes to reading people, I know I'm smart when it comes to reading people. Not always, right? But I'm pretty darn close. Really, I am. It's just kind of one of those natural knacks, right? But me, you, Charmaine, and probably many others, he's obviously one of those, what I call the covert narcissist, where I was actually trying to buy into what he was selling. I saw genuineness, what I thought I saw. And usually I'm really accurate, but to me, he's like one of those stealth ones that you watch Malaya do her interview and you think it stinks worth high heaven. And it's because he's coming off as softer, and just, you know, like it's not this angry person talking or whatever. It's just someone that's kind of like mellow yellow a little bit. And so I'm trying to buy into the fact that, okay, you know what? Basically, like, this bee just ditched you, like literally ditched you to hold the fort down. Like, what the fuck? Who does that? But of course, the more he kept talking, the more inconsistencies. And I realized he was a jerk right after he was getting us to take down that live. And I thought to myself, wait a second, is this about Malaya or the kids? Right? Like, you're literally having, like, as if you're jizzing through my computer over Malaya instead of Jack and Lily. Like, that's where your priorities are. That's kind of really where it started turning. And then I would still kind of watch him through interviews, and, you know, and I was trying to think like how I know most men that I know. Most men do not try to shed tears. They if they get something, they're instantly like, men don't like to be emotional typically. And so I was kind of seeing that. But then I could, when he's doing this, I think somebody had a video out where they're constantly back to back playing about the culverts, you know, like, I checked every culvert, I checked this. It was like watching a freaking mimicking monkey No. Same thing. Interview after interview. They could play it back. And he said the exact same shit each time. Anyways, I know now. Fuck me. That guy is so freaking full of shit. It's not even funny. I mean, he lied about the blanket, right? He lied about the pink blanket that was found in a tree towards his dad's home. Up in kind of like up in a tree, almost as if someone goes by there and goes whoop, and lets it land in the tree type of thing. Not like it was high, but when somebody goes by and they're just like, let me just give it a toss, and it kind of lands, still towards the bottom, but high enough that a kid wouldn't put it there. And so the fact that he said that was so that the police didn't think that he had anything to do with it, so he felt like he needed to lie because he's being set up by Malaya and her family, basically. I mean, I'm not here to think for others, but honestly, it's not a Daniel Martell fucking, celebrity fucking shit going on here, like Christopher Watts. And some of these people, and I'm talking about the viewers, some of these people, they're like, kissing his ass pretty much, up his ass, all around his ass, and he's soaking it up. But most people are wise. Most people are wise to him. But the point is that it's
Okay,
not even about.
So he's saying he lied about the blanket so they didn't blame him.
Right.
Doesn't that just make him look more guilty?
Not to him. To most normal thinking people, absolutely. But not to him, not to Daniel. He needs to explain himself. Just like he needs to explain that if there's two t-shirts, sweaters found with Jack and Lily, wherever they are, that just so you know, Malaya's family set him up and planted them there. So basically, bottom line is, with the pink blanket, somebody obviously must have been some little fucking leprechaun, snuck into the freaking garbage, opened it up, took out a piece of blanket, because somebody managed to go on that property, you guys, and take out this blanket from the garbage. Somebody must have been the neighbor, the one that said that that's a crack house where, Daniel and Malaya live, the neighbor, the one that they're trying to discredit. I bet you they're blaming him. You know what? He steals all this stuff. Bet you any money he stole that blanket from our property, But yeah, so he basically claims that somebody got on in the property and took out that pink blanket and went and planted it against him. Also, that Malaya's family members took 5 things out of the trailer, because everyone notices those things right away, and planted these items against him. So if they ever found, by the way, he says, with Jack and Lily, Darren says he was smart enough and wise enough. Well, this is where Daniel was smart, because he told the RCMP right off the get-go, that if those 2 shirts are found with Jack and Lily, that's Malaya's side of the family planting that evidence against me to make it look like I did something wrong. Who the fudge?
You know who that reminds me of?
Who?
Stephen Stearns.
If
you find Maddie. Da, 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 da.
Yeah, if you find Maddie. Oh my God, that pathetic interview. Oh my God, don't even.
Did you watch his sentencing? I did the other day. He kind of pissed me off during his sentencing. I'm sorry. I would have rejected that plea deal the second that mofo said no contest.
Well, what did he get, by the way?
Anyway, I digress.
Maddie Soto case, guys.
Like 15 million life sentences.
Yeah, so basically
he's never coming out.
No.
Go ahead and bring him back and bury him under the jail.
Can you just explain
to people, be there for eternity.
The gist, Melissa? Just explain to people about the Maddie Soto case, about the mom and the boyfriend, and
so basically, mom mom and the dad weren't together. Mom got with this pedophile.
Oh, watch your
She
words.
had made comments.
Watch your
Okay.
YouTube
Oh,
words,
yeah.
Missy.
YouTube
Yeah.
will strike us. So, got with this map, and so she had made comments to the effect of it was going to be a Woody Allen situation. The mom would send this 13-year-old child up to bed with her boyfriend, and so they've got evidence all the way back until she was 8 of inappropriate contact videos. He ended up, mom supposedly lets this stepdad, kind of the same situation. They weren't married, but he was referred to as the stepdad, kind of like the Daniel situation here. He supposedly took her to work, or sorry, to school, while mom just got off work and was in bed, I believe. Anyway, she went to pick her up. She wasn't there. A bunch of stuff happened. He ended up unaliving her, and it was caught on camera, him disposing of remains. So anyway, but he got multiple life sentences. But it's the same kind of deal. Like here, Malaya is referred to Daniel as the stepdad, but my understanding is they weren't married.
No, not at all.
Right? So
like
that reminds me of that case. And then, like, the other thing that reminds me of this case, Stern said, well, if you find Maddie's body, oh, well, the reason I was on that camera because I had a flat tire. No, that's not why you were on that camera. But it's like just kind of the way you said it. Well, if you find the kids and this is there, then this is how I'm going to explain it away. Almost as if I know what happened, I know where they're at, and I know what's with them, but here's my excuse.
Yeah.
I agree.
And
Jen Soto needs to be sitting right beside him.
Out there for a sec. And he even had the audacity to have her unalived body, we'll just say, in the passenger seat, rolling by the camera.
Mm-hmm. And said, oh, she was asleep.
And said, oh, she, yeah.
No, there's a difference. You can tell a difference.
But anyways, yeah. So it's, but the one that this one reminds me of the most, a lot of, is the Orrin and Orson case, where they say the exact same stuff, like verbatim, how they're acting, how they're talking, even the jittering when it comes. Remember, like he's got a fucking stutter all of a sudden. Oh yeah, and if anyone has any information, just or call your local authorities, and all of a sudden he gets this little stammering going on, because, oh yeah, right, I guess I should say that stuff, and it's like ridiculous for them both, because Malaya never ever said anything in hers. So there's things that could look like why people would think Malaya somehow was hiding these children. Logically, it doesn't really make sense. Her actions, though, regardless, from the interview, she's not pleading for the children. She keeps talking about how yappy they are and that somebody could have come pick them up. I never thought that they would run off on me. Always supervised. So that the supervised part is just her portraying like good parents. Like that we always take care of them. So that, which is bullshit. So we know that. But, based on her actions, if what Wade is saying is true, that she spends a lot of time at the beach, I make no excuses for someone. If we've already heard that Malaya, even from out of Belinda's mouth, like, it's almost like someone that's just docile, that they're emotionless. They don't know, it's almost like it's hard to find true emotions, is what it seems like with Malaya. It's, and
I don't know how to take the whole she sits at the beach, because after Nick, like, I would go out to my dad's property and I would just sit by the lake. And it was almost like my personal time to reflect, to think, to be alone, to be in my own grief, just me and not have anybody around. So I don't quite know if she's going there because, you know, she's depressed and that's her safe space, or is she going there like I did in grief and that's how she's dealing with it.
Mm-hmm. And you know what? We don't know the true answer. Hold on, Youngblood. Sonny, you had me convinced at first that you believed everything Derwin and Daniel were saying. And I was like, wow, okay, she really believes them. I'll just say this. As a creator, you're going to listen. If that means that you're just going to go with them, and this is the case, especially with Derwood, if someone's calling you and giving you and talking to you information, at the end of the day, I'm just going to listen to whatever he had to say, right? And then when it got to the point, so you can call it using somebody, I guess, but I don't like to think of it as using. I like to think of it as just being wise, to know exactly what I'm doing and why I'm doing something. Because when you're sitting in the chat room, it's not the same as being a creator, right? You're not there to offend people left, right, and center all the time. But once they piss you off, then I don't give a shit. Because Darren had his chance, right, to, again, look at this from Jack and Lily's point of view, which was the reason. So I like the fact that he said he wanted answers for Jack and Lily, right? Now, once he got all pissy at me because he didn't like what I said about Daniel, you know, then I already knew that he already had two colors before this, right? But I'm a person of my word. He said if we ever had an argument or whatever over this, you know, like basically we'll, you know, basically make up in a sense, right? Like, because obviously I feel like he was being passionate, and I think he is passionate about Jack and Lily, but he just obviously wanted only you to believe his side. Now, I don't really, even in Daniel, whoever, right? The only person I would never take advantage of in a situation like this is Belinda, because that's just a genuine talking conversation. You know, me appreciating the fact of she's been the only one from the start that she spoke to this channel. But when it comes with talking with people, like, again, it could be Daniel. Hold on a second. I feel like I heard my door. Okay, it is my husband. I heard the door and I'm like, wait, it's 11:35. Why is my husband home? But I guess he's home early today. But anyways, so even if Daniel, right? Okay, 1 second. You talk for a second. My husband's here.
So a lot of people are saying that maybe she's going to the beach to pray. Maybe that she's feeling smothered and that's her escape. And that's what I'm saying. Maybe that means nothing, because maybe that is her safe space. Everybody deals with stuff in a different way. And if that's where she feels comfortable going, if that's, even if she would go out in the woods and sit on the same rock every time, I'm not going to read that much into it, because that could be her thinking spot, her prayer spot, whatever. But I don't believe, and I'm sorry, Belinda, if you're listening, but I don't think I've been up here much since you've been on, because I've been gone this summer. But I do not believe that the children are with us anymore. And I think if she were taking, say, a flower or a memento of the kids, and she was going to the same spot, right? That would mean a little more to me of, oh, you should look there a little closer. More than she goes to the beach alone. Okay, and maybe that's her safe space. I'm not saying that the kids are in the ocean. There's a bunch of reasons why she could be going to a specific spot.
Yeah. And
I'm getting a phone call, probably my dad checking on me. I'll be right.
Okay. So you guys, Melissa here, her son was murdered. Okay. So her saying like she would go there to the lake or whatever. I've never experienced that. So, I mean, Wade said that she didn't show any signs of sadness. And then you kind of put that on top of going to the beach. Well, I mean, those are words out of somebody's mouth. They're not out of Malaya's mouth. It would be nice if they were out of Malaya's mouth. And, but again, she's not talking. So, I guess we'll just talk for her. But anyways, so her son, Nick, right? So again, he was murdered. And so she does have firsthand knowledge of, from that point of view about, emotions and different things like that. I've never experienced anything like that, and I hope to never. Husband brought me Timmy's, by the way. Yeah, get jealous? He didn't bring me any food with it, though. I was like, wait, what? You didn't bring me anything to eat? Guess that will have to do. Timmy's on there. But what I was going to say a bit earlier was just that, actually, what was I going to say? It was right there, and then it flew right out of the brain. Oh, as a content creator, again, I'm not stupid. I do things for a reason. The whole point is that you want people to talk. So if that means it seems like I'm just agreeing with Darren, then so be it, because that's my point. I'm trying to do that. Again, even if I couldn't stand Daniel after a while, right? You know what? If he says, Sonny, I want to come sit up there with you, tell you whatever, absolutely. Say what you want. I'm not going to attack him, If he wants to speak, he could speak. But, I mean, obviously now, even now I would go, sure, hey, I don't know. Sometimes usually when I'm over a person, I'm over the person. I don't give a shit. But it's just about the knowledge, right? So obviously you don't get anywhere. You have to do certain things. You have to use common sense when you're a creator and you're talking with people, because I don't ever like to think that I use somebody. But I will always give somebody a platform that's a family member in a case. Absolutely. Or a friend that wants to speak out and stuff like that. I remember if there was a little point there where people kept going, Daniel Lover. Well, at the time people kept saying that. It's because I wanted Daniel to talk to Charmaine still. So I was humoring Daniel more so than believing in him, because I just wanted him to try to see if he would talk to Charmaine, but that didn't happen. He didn't, because he's a dickhead. But like I said, so from the outside looking in, it's easy to sit there and judge. And there was quite a few people that were like, oh yeah, I came back to watch you. I just thought you were a Daniel lover and da. Nah, I'm playing a game, right? I know the internet game, and I know exactly what I have to do. I know exactly when I talk to Belinda and say, look, Belinda, you know what? Sometimes drama is fine because it brings awareness, but expect this. So I know how it works in the YouTube land. I know what I have to do, and I know what works. And it's kind of like when I think it was Blue Jay said, well, why don't you play the tribute or the tribute awareness video? Sure. If I want 100 people to drop out of the live right now, because a lot of people either don't want to watch it. Some people just aren't into that stuff, right? Doesn't matter if some people just literally want answers to the case, and they just want answers, and they don't necessarily really overly care about Jack and Lily as much as other people do. They're following a case. They don't really have their heart invested in it, right? It takes all types to make the world go round, but not everyone's in here for the sole purpose of, Jack and Lily. They just want to know what's going on with the case, what the answer is there, what's the update, blah, 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 and then they move on to watch something else, another crime that's happened that they go on. Okay, welcome back.
Yeah, that was my dad. He was calling to check and make sure I was all right. I had surgery on Tuesday. And like I said, this is the first day I've been able to actually get up and around. So we were worried it was kind of going the wrong direction after surgery. So he wanted to make sure everything was good since it was.
Mm-hmm. If it comes out of my mouth, it's because I say it, McKeithen. But no, YouTube is a game. It's a game. Okay. I'm not talking about the cases, but YouTube is a game. That's why people put out clickbait email thumbnails, and they play off of that. It's a game. When it comes to the YouTube and algorithm and how to get clicks and views and how to make bigger money for your pocket and stuff like that, the drama, that side of it, it's absolutely a game, right? I never, like I said, when it comes to people, I'm always sincere with my intentions, but I also know that, again, if you want to listen to somebody and they're on the side opposite of yours, I'm going to listen. I'm going to nod my head. Yeah. Sometimes I'll disagree, of course, but mostly I'm with Darren. Like, I was just there to listen to what he had to say. Because to me, all the info was still info. Like that. So again, unless you're a YouTube creator, then you would understand it more. If you're not, you might think you do, but you don't. It's quite the little spectacle behind the scenes. And I just don't like to buy into that drama crap myself. Even though sometimes it follows me, or every now and again I'll poke a bear. But honestly, it's pointless getting caught up in all the drama. It is. It's absolutely pointless. Don't like it. It takes away from the case. Getting caught up, like for instance, that one chick, I won't say her name, but it's like she tried to bash the fundraiser, and I was like, in my head, well, why aren't you a big piece of shit? Really? I would have expected something better out of that person. Didn't say anything about it. Didn't even bring up her name. I just blocked her, is what I did. And I move on. And then I hear she was bashing me. Doesn't matter. Don't care. Right? Again, you're going to sit there and try to take away from the goodness of people. That just means that you're a big piece of shit yourself by doing stuff like that. And they'll justify it. They'll justify it with their own stupidity. But to me, I'm a human being first before anything. So I'm not one of those ones, well, as a psychologist or as a this. No, I'm a human being always first. Anyways, you guys, I gotta scroll down a little bit here. Oh no, I think I'm near the bottom. Okay, so and I'm not going to stay on too much longer because I'm going to be doing a members live tonight. And I only had about 2 hours sleep, so probably going to get a nap in there somewhere. But yeah, I'm going to do a members live tonight. And what time am I going to do that at? Well, you guys, it's going to be a later one. It's going to have to be probably around 6 o'clock. Yeah, probably around 6. So wherever you live, it's going to be at 6 my time. PST, EST is 3 hours diff. Nova Scotia is 4. So it is Friday, right? It's Friday. So if you guys are, it's $1.99 if you do want to become a member. Come join tonight. If not, well, then don't whine that you can't watch it because you're not a member, because members get free perks. They pay to be a member. Simple as that. People that watch stuff for free, it's free, right? So you can't complain if people pay $1.99 to become a member and you can't watch that live. I really hate, honestly, listening to someone say, oh, I can't afford $1.99 a month. Then don't, right? $1.99 is not going to break anyone. The only time I can see someone not being able to afford $1.99 a month, right, is if legitly Well, they're broke. Actually, no, because usually YouTube channels are usually always like $4.99 and stuff like that. Not here to rake money off of people. It's just, my time is valuable too. In a sense, that's why people that don't pay the premium for ads, then suck it up. Take ads. That's how YouTube makes its money. That's how YouTube makes its billions of dollars. And then they take 30% off of all super chats and memberships and all that stuff. That's just the way of the world that way. But anyways, so about 6 o'clock, you guys, tonight.
But you got to do something special for members because they do pay
that's the point.
Extra money. You got to do something for them. You can't just, you're just like everybody else.
Well, it's just funny when I see the odd person put a post going, I thought she cared about Jack and Lily, but all she cares about is making revenue and stuff like that. And that's just a big cup of fuck you, because that's a joke. My time is worth shit then. But people, it's YouTube.
They don't know you very well then, do they?
No, they don't. But the point is that YouTube has memberships, and either you're too cheap to pay for one, because you don't, but you want to watch it for free and think you deserve it, or there's people that actually pay for it and deserve it because they actually spent the $1.99 to be able to, for a whole month, they can watch every video if they wanted to, right? It's just when they whine like an entitlement. That's what pisses me off. Like they sit there and whine like on a comment going, she's all about money. Why? Because your ass didn't want to pay $1.99 and you somehow think that you deserve more than anybody else, or just the same as everybody else that literally pay to become a member. Hell no. But it's just an entitlement.
Some people are just entitled.
Yeah, I'll get over that, but it's just the entitlement that people seem to have, telling me how to run my channel, what I should do, what I should say, what I shouldn't say. And again, go run your own channel, right? If you want all those things, then go run your own darn channel. This is my channel. And either people come here because they like the channel or they don't. My world's not going to break at the end of the day, right?
But a lot of times, even if creators talk, most of the times they don't. Most of the time members only are, just a goof off live, right? You're not coming out with anything big, right? But even if they do a members only live on whatever subject they're talking about, they do generally eventually make that public too, and do another live that's for the.
Yeah,
I don't understand.
Usually
why
members.
Why bitch? Wait the extra week.
No, I don't even do that. I don't play that game. There might be a few things that we just like talking about the case, right? It's not like I'm showing some mass information that I'm not sharing on my thing. Usually the lives are about having some fun, joking around, as well as talking about the cases. Like I said, now, but for the fact, oh wait, Blue Jay, I wasn't talking about you on that, by the way, buddy. You had mentioned it, and then I told you the reason why wasn't doing it at that particular time, because I know how YouTube works, right? And I know that 100 people will pretty much drop in an instant if I start playing that off right at the start of a thing. So that was just me yesterday, like explaining that why. It's not because I don't want to play it. It's just because I also have to be smart when I play it, because it's not everybody's cup of tea. Sunny, what time will you be doing Delphi? Not doing Delphi. I'm over Delphi. You don't have to use PayPal.
He got moved to Oklahoma.
Huh? Why?
That person got moved to Oklahoma. He doesn't even deserve to have his name spoken at this point.
I heard. Right? Have any, you guys probably don't know. What's his name? I hear it. Shoot, what's his name?
Visa Super Chat, $5 Canadian. You're awesome. Thank you. I drove next to the Halifax Harbor. I had an overwhelmed feeling of
Delphi?
No.
Daphne said to check
Richard Allen.
What are you talking about? I'm listening to the super chat go off.
I don't know. Oh.
Yeah, so that's Halif. Have you ever been to Canada at all? I can't remember if you said. You haven't, right?
No, my mom and dad went to that big waterfall, Niagara Falls. And they went to the Canadian side and the American side, but I've never been to Canada.
Okay. Hey, Lisa, just quickly, Lisa, is Daphne Sullivan your great aunt? I joke because it says I drove next to Halifax Harbor. I had an overwhelming feeling, and I absolutely get that. Absolutely. Right? A lot of, I mean, it's hard to think about this case for Jack and Lily. I'll put their little face. We'll come back to this in a second. I'll put their little faces back up there. Because I know that Daphne had said, you know, like go check Halifax Harbor, but oh, that's Steph isn't there. But you said tears came. Great Aunt Daphne said to check Halifax, or or Lisa, are you just saying? Oh, Delphi was. I know it was a joke. Duh. Thank you for the $4.99 support with Stepha. Love you, beautiful. Just quickly go back to Lisa's. No, okay. I think Lisa was just simply referencing because Daphne is the great aunt. The way it came out, I was like going, "Oh wait, is that great? Is that great Aunt Daphne that's you're related to there?" But I get it. I get it. I'd let you down. Debbie Wallace became a member. Thank you, members. And Kent, if you hear this, you're not invited to my members live tonight. So I had this plan of Alcatraz and everything like that, and I had a bunch of other things kind of planned. Didn't realize that Kent totally forgot that he couldn't see what was on screen. So he's sitting there, and I'm trying to do this, show this Alcatraz stuff tour, and he kept talking, and I'm like, what the fuck? In my head, I'm like, wait, what the fuck, dude? Like, I can't even play anything because you're keep answering comments. And then he said, remember, I can't see the screen. And I'm like, oh, so Kent, you're banned from my members live on there. Because the whole point is to be able to share the screen. You know, sometimes we play what's that one? It's like win, lose, or draw. What's it called? Doodle. Shoot, what's that game called?
Scribble?
Was it Scriblio? Thank you, Scriblio. Sonny, I get it. I won't mention. I'll try to get it. Don't need PayPal. No, don't think so. Don't think so, right? Don't think so. I don't remember. Because I before I had bought in people's memberships, but I don't have any memberships. I've done donations on their super chats, but I'm not a member to anybody anymore. I don't know. I'm not really sure. Have to go to my own darn live and take a look, I suppose, to my own channel. Let me just take a look at that. Now you got me interested in taking a look. I never really ever go over there, but let me take a look. View your channel. Oh, rest in peace, Hulk Hogan. And of course, Ozzy Osbourne. If I hit, well, I can't really hit join, can I?
Theo Huxtable died too.
Huh?
The guy that played Theo Huxtable on the Cosby Show, he was killed in Costa Rica. Him and his daughter were caught in some kind of tide and were killed.
Oh.
Or he was killed. I don't know about the dog.
on there. Just trying to see. 1 second. Membership. Membership. No. I guess it's hard for me to look at my own. Okay, hold on. Let me go to somebody else's channel. 1 second. I'm just going to go to quickly Aspen's Connor because it's the first one. Does he have memberships actually? Wait. Join. Let's see. What does it say? Holy shit. What the fuck is he charging for shit? $4.99, $14.99, and $24.99. Dude. Wait. No. No. Oh, okay. Woo, yeah. No, mine's Google Pay. Yeah, mine's Google Pay when I hit it. Oh, I almost thought I was purchasing it. Fuck that shit. Paying $4.99 for Aspen Connor. Maybe 99 cents. But he has like $14.99 and $24.99. Okay.
I can't spell today.
No?
No, I just noticed that said members instead of members. Fat fingers. What can I say?
Yeah. Wait. Look at all these people are already telling me how to do it. But I was too busy on the other page trying to figure it out. What is going on? You know, living the dream. What about you? You living the dream? You're not living the dream?
Unless that dream is a nightmare, no.
Okay. So, Melissa, I'm going to play this quick part of the video where he talks about the 11 o'clock. So basically, he just references about, I think I would probably check around more like May 1st, the day before. So let me just go back to this here for a second. What did you say? I don't know what he said here, but I'm just going to start it from here.
Notice that these I'm sorry, what you saying? You know, them cars that are parked like the Janie Martell's car? Was a straw. Is a one of Lily's shirt and a jacket on the car, like on the wind right here. It was a nice day after the whole missing. They could have been gone that night at 11 that night. May 1st. You get what I'm saying? Yeah. You might just put them on the camera to show that they were at the whatever, the mall, whatever, and they never made it home either. Yeah. You get what I'm saying? It was a nice day after the whole missing. They could have been gone that night at 11 that night. May 1st. You get what I'm saying?
So
you might just put them on the camera to show that they.
Melissa, question for you. Do you think that he's just randomly saying like he could have been gone that night, like 11 p.m.? Do you think it's one of those? Or do you think it's referencing something that he's thinking about that would have created him to say about 11 o'clock? Why 11? Like, so do you think he just kind of randomly chose that time to say like the day before, you know what I'm saying? Like 11 o'clock type of thing. What do you think? I
don't think that he meant like he has some sort of inside information that it happened at 11. To me, the way I took that, and mind you, I'm not fully caught up with this case, so that's only like I think the first time I've heard that. I don't know that I remember hearing that before. So for me, it sounded as if he was saying it could have happened at 11 o'clock because they were on camera at such and such a time. And
Right.
then, you know, midnight would be the next day. So I'll say 11 o'clock.
Right.
Maybe it happened, you know, the night
Mhm.
before. I don't think it was like an inside information type
Right.
thing as much was just kind of trying to reference the day before, the night before, instead of that morning.
Yes. Well, they said in the afternoon, and Janie says that they got back around 4 o'clock, and of course Daniel has to say that too. But let's just go with that, okay? But we don't know. We just know that I think it was. I want to say it was at like 3:38 or something like that. Somebody had said the time before, but anyway. So let's just say, for the sake of argument, 4 o'clock. I agree with that. So maybe in his head too that Malaya had talked with her mom perhaps, you know. I think you're right about the 12. Like, you're not going to go, well, 11:59. You're going to say like, well, you're going to think about the day before. So you're going to say 11 versus 12, right? You're not going to say 11:30. You're just going to say what naturally just kind of will come out of your mouth, 11. So granted, they're on camera, so he might know a little bit more. Perhaps Malaya spoke to her mom. Mom heard the kids earlier, something like that, which prompted him to say, you know, closer to the 11 time. Or could it have just been simply between that time to that time, you know, up to 11 o'clock, after the time on the camera, up until 11, close to 12, is when something happened to Jack and Lily. Now, hey, Fran. Welcome, Fran. Yeah. Just so you know, not always, typically, the members' lives, I don't usually monetize those, because sometimes I like to play songs, and those are copyrighted and stuff like that. So, like my last 2 members' live that I've done in the last, copyright claims. Okay, they're not copyright strikes, because it's just really a YOLO live to do. So I don't like to monetize that, because I just like to use whatever content I feel like. And if I want to play a song, I'll play a song. And if I get a copyright claim, it doesn't matter. It's just a copyright claim. It just means that a video cannot be monetized if you don't have consent, in a sense, to use a copyrighted song. So yeah. But anyway, so those ones I don't monetize. What was I saying now? I know we talked about the time, 11 o'clock. Oh, I can't help but kind of keep going back to what Darren said. I might play that in the members live, to be honest with you. I haven't shared it out here. I might play that, actually, that piece. Oh, mind you, that means I have to listen to fucking, I don't remember if it was on recording 1 or 2. Shit. It's not like I can go, oh, F1 and find it right away. I'll see. I'll think about that. But anyway, so I can't help but go back to when Darren was talking about that there was an argument going on, and that this argument got physical, right? From what he was told. And if I'm not mistaken, I want to say it was Logan that had told him. But anyways, because I can't see Daniel going, yeah.
And this argument happened
on Thursday, apparently, allegedly. So basically what Darren had said was, see, and this is the thing, is that there's some things that are truthful. Like, Darren's not setting out, I don't think, to be a liar, as much as he is swayed by Janie and Daniel and their version of the truth. And I don't understand how he doesn't see for himself how ridiculous he does sound when he's trying to justify Daniel in this timeline. So that tells me, you know, no offense, Darren, but obviously you're not the brightest bulb either on the Christmas tree. Because if you're swayed and you're going to try to convince us that Daniel lied for this reason, and Daniel lied because of Malaya, and Daniel did this, and Daniel did that, just realize how that sounds to everyone that's on the outside looking in. It seems rather ridiculous. I think that he's too big for his own britches that way. That basically, if you don't agree with him, he reminds me of my older sister, then you're wrong. And they get all pissy and defensive because you're not buying the shit that they're trying to sell you. Because obviously I don't have a brain and I, have to go with the flow of what he was saying. Not going to happen, right? I expect Charmaine and you and Kent and everyone to have their own opinion about something, like, right? Like Charmaine was saying yesterday, how she, would go at it softer. Whereas, no, not in my world with Daniel anymore. I'm not going to go at it soft. Not going to let him come in here and like we each have our own different ways. But I would never take away from somebody else's the way they do things, right? I just expect everyone that's on the panel to have their own voice and to have their own say. Even if we disagree, it doesn't matter, right? I mean, I would hate to think that someone had to agree with me on everything I was saying. That would be wrong. I just like organic answers from the panel. Thank you, Terry Van Horn.
But you and I have had disagreements before over things. But if we all thought the same way, then there would be no back and forth. This is how I feel. This is how you feel. This is what I think. This is what you think. And then it's somewhere in the middle. Like, you're not trying, like when I'm up here or Char's up here, you're not trying to convince us of the way you feel. And we're not necessarily trying to convince you. If everybody in the world thought the same thing, it'd be a very boring world, or a very exciting world. Anyway, depending on how you look at things.
Yeah.
A difference in opinions is what makes the world go round.
Yeah. I mean, there's a lot of wackadoodles on the internet. I mean, again, if they want to think that, like an alien ship, bleeped on down and picked up Jack, I might kind of give you a smirk and a laugh a bit because that's ridiculous. But again, it's still their opinion. It's still their, like, even if I think it's ridiculous, it's still their opinion. Because there's some far-fetched people out there. You'll come to know that. I think you guys can see that in chats when you guys are in chat rooms, that there's some people that are just like, woo, 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 woo. The special kind, and then there's people that logically are trying to think of the scenarios, listening to what everyone has been saying, and don't get me wrong, guys, like after months goes by, your head starts becoming mush because you got all this information, and especially when it keeps changing, like it does in this case, you start forgetting some of those original little details at the start and stuff like that. But I don't even remember what my point was going to be back.
So let me ask you.
Yeah.
Go back to, I guess there was an argument that got physical, possibly.
Thank you.
Allegedly.
Thank you. That's where I was at.
On Thursday. So is there a chance, and this is just coming from somebody who's been in an abusive situation, that you go to hit one person and somebody else gets accidentally hurt and whatever? So is that maybe,
well, that was,
what I mean, like, did he shove Malaya and Malaya hit the baby and the baby hit the coffee table? And I know it's like a big chain of events to happen, but we can't say it's never happened,
right? So that was kind of the gist of what he was saying, to be honest with you. That's exactly how it was taken. But what happened is that I don't know, like, I could tell that he said it and then kind of stopped, right? Because again, he's hearing the information third hand himself. And so I don't know if he didn't know any more to that or if he did, but it's like when somebody, there's still more to say, but he kind of stops at that point. He stopped at the point where he said that Daniel and Malaya got into an argument. And of course, he had to say this part where basically that Daniel hit Malaya and Malaya swung back, that the children got in the middle, in a sense. And that's when he kind of just stopped the story. So.
Exactly. Did the kids get in the middle and the kids are the ones that got hurt?
Well, that's just it. Because I remember when we were talking about this, and the whole gist of it was, and in my head, this isn't normal. Let's just hypothetically say that Jack got hit and he ended up bashing his head off of the table because of the hit, let's just say. And he ended up no longer being with us. But what's the likelihood that, say, Lily would have seen this and that they would have had to shut her down too, because now she is a witness that could easily tell. Now, that is far-fetched to me to think to take out another child because another one witnessed it. Now, is it unheard of? No. But, and Melissa, I want you guys very much to know, Melissa is a very grounded person. We always, like I said, like to think logically what makes sense. She is that same way. That's what I really love about Melissa, just like Charmaine, Kent. I love it when we're being realistic as well as looking at all the different scenarios, knowing that some twisted shit in this world happens for sure, but Occam's razor is usually the answer. But so what do you think about that? Like, so in your mind, what do you feel about taking out a secondary child because something happened to the first one? Where's your percentage level?
Can't say it's never happened before. Can't say it's never happened before. Andrea Yates took out all of her children. She took out one of her children out of order because he was going to go tell. Chris Watts, he killed the kids. Did they witness? There's a chance that they could have witnessed him taking out his wife. Mm-hmm. Like, we can't say that one child was accidentally or intentionally hurt and another child wasn't taken out purely because they witnessed it. And I hate to do this. It's fresh in everybody's mind. Let's go back to Delphi.
Yeah.
Did he wake up that morning and say, I'm taking out 2 teenage girls? Probably not. He probably thought, I'm going to go see who I can get. And one died because of the other one, because they witnessed what happened. Like, we can't say it's never happened before. Is it far-fetched? Well, yeah. A lot of things would have to really line up and fall into place for this to happen. But we can't say it's never been done before.
Right. Well,
so
there's only so many scenarios here, right, Melissa? I mean, like, it's either drug related, possibly, or that, where's the likelihood about the trafficking? Pretty much, where would that be on your percentage out of 100? Trafficking that they
very low. And I say that because I know, but okay, here in Indiana, you guys can go Google it. It's all over YouTube right now. Law and Crime even did a thing on it. A mother in Indianapolis was trying to traffic her infant child and was just arrested for it. So is it unlikely? No.
Right.
Is it high on my list? No. What's highest on my list is accidental, intentional, or if it's drug related, it's somebody owed somebody money, and I wouldn't say 0%. I'd say like 0.1. Like, really doubt, but it's never a 0 in my mind.
It's not a 0 for sure. It's not. Because if you But the thing that's getting me here is maybe they weren't good at selling and making and supplying math, if that's true, because obviously they got a huge debt. But so is the plausibility there? Probably falls in line to me with, well, higher than the stranger abduction, but it would be my last one I would look at. I'm thinking it has to be, in my opinion, I say drugs because it makes sense that if the kids somehow got into that, I can see both of them dying and it being an accidental thing. But they've given this timeline, but that would mean that, let me ask you this actually, Malaya, she knows how it happened to the kids? Yes or no?
Yeah, I think so. I think either she witnessed it or she was told afterwards. But yes, I fully believe she knows exactly what happened to the kids as far as what she's either been told or witnessed. Yes.
And that's where the puzzle is that in that part right there, right? Because something happened to these two children, to me, in my opinion, on both of their dying. It seems incomprehensible to believe that Malaya was so clueless out of this whole thing. I'm not buying that actually with her. You would have to sell me a lot of shit in order for me to believe that she was sleeping this entire time. But it is possible. It is possible that, but it's unlikely to me. I think that I do think it's like, in my opinion, it's more of a cover up, and that whatever still happened, she's blaming Daniel for it. But at the end of the day, people protect their own asses. There's a child between them. She ends up leaving. And what we're being told is because of this argument about we'll call it rugs, I guess. But I'm finding it hard to believe that she was so clueless about any of this. I'm not buying it. I would buy that is if she legitly was talking with the RCMP, and they were basically telling her keep it under wraps and all that stuff, don't talk, I'm not overly seeing the fact that I believe she is working with RCMP as much as she's not telling the truth still. I think that they're both not telling the truth for sure. I think that Janie would be, in my opinion, protecting her son or sons. I think that there's more to this story and people that meet the eye when it comes to family. And you never want to see your child or children get put into prison. And especially if it's over an accident that happened, if it was an unintentional accident, which I believe still it was. I don't know with Daniel, because we keep hearing about this abuse and stuff like that. Allegedly, of course, but out of Wade's mouth, which would have either came out of Malaya's mouth. They were going to move her out, right? She obviously wanted out of there. So there's something not so great about Daniel. But Daniel, he's trying to convince us otherwise. He's trying to convince us that, like Wade said, Daniel didn't like the kids. I'm sure probably that came out of Malaya's mouth to Wade and her mom, Cindy. Daniel's trying to make us believe that Cindy is this worse than ever. She's a nurse, okay, people? I get you, but nurses, I know people can say that, but usually when people are in nursing, teaching and stuff like that, they're very compassionate, right? And stuff like that. Now, that doesn't make the case for everybody, but she wanted out of there. And obviously, again, Daniel's trying to keep selling us that they were calling him dad, that they came to him for everything, you know. And I'm sure there's parts of that story that are true. I'm sure there is. I just think that what I've watched Daniel do in Creators Channel in here, in chat rooms, is a clear sign to me, in my non-professional opinion, but my own opinion, is that he has a very grandiose personality. He literally tries to sell ice to the Eskimos, but I'm too smart for that type of personality. I've been in one with someone like that, and I know a load of shit when I hear a load of shit. And it took me a while to believe that Daniel wasn't this more organic, caring person. He did make some off statements that never left my head, and it all just equated. When I go back and watch the interviews, those aren't fucking tears. Those aren't tears at all. You know, I mean, it's kind of like Malaya. You see her holding back her tears. Maybe the memory's coming back to her because she knows that the children, and that's why she's not outwardly asking for people to help. You know, instead it's more of a, you know, they're just chatty. But she kind of does this thing. And I actually take that as someone that has knowledge, and she knows that her kids aren't coming back, and she's trying to control her emotions. And I think that no matter what, if it's an accident and she's thinking about it, but it's a cover up, you're still going to get emotional, but you're also going to have to stay strong because you're in front of a camera as well, you know? Whereas, again, it's not really natural to not watch people cry. Malaya's eyes watered up. Well, why did they water up? Was it the guilty knowledge of knowing what happened to Jack and Lily? And you and Daniel are protecting your asses. Daniel's not saying anything. Malaya's not saying anything, really. You know, so the only way I could even equate Malaya's actions myself is if she was talking to the RCMP and basically they said, Malaya, you know, we know that that this happened and whatever, but if you're willing to talk. But the thing is, I just don't think that that's the case. I think that they're still both lying about it. That's how I see this.
So there's been two people who have said my top two picks of what happened. Little Mama, she said maybe the abuse could have went too far that night. And that's kind of, that's second on my list. My first would be what Randy McLean was referencing when he said Fent only takes a touch, and it does. So that's kind of where,
for Fent,
if this were an accident for me, then it was, you know, it, in my opinion, rugs are my first opinion, and CA is my second opinion.
Maybe it's both together, for all we know, because Fen, we know all you need to do is it freaking be in the air pretty much, and you know, you're dead. You know, I remember watching this documentary on this cop. All she did literally was touch this bag, and in the air, airborne, and she literally had to be with that lifesaver, like whatever you want. What's that thing called?
Narcan.
Narcan? Yeah.
Narcan.
Like twice she was dead, and they had to Narcan her. And then and then they had to do it again. Right. And that was all because, you know, she just simply had touched the bag. I can't remember if she opened it, you know, I think she was just holding it though. And it kind of like the airborne. So it was something like that. Either way, that was as fast as she was literally laying on the ground dying. And it was crazy to watch.
Big North Marty. But if Fent, wouldn't Daniel and Malaya also be dead? I don't know enough about it. but I know rug users usually don't stash their rugs, but use them. As a former addict, as a former medic, I can tell you that I'll take that piece by piece. If it were Fent, wouldn't Daniel and Malaya also be dead? Not necessarily.
Of course.
If it was not
They're in
yet
bed.
cut in, if it caused the death, then they may have said, "Oh, get rid of that. That's no good." Could it have also killed them if they would have used it? Yes. If they would have breathed it? Yes. They could have had Narcan. There's a bunch of ways that it could have killed the kids and not the adults. So possibly. And yeah, they don't usually stash. They usually use them. Incorrect. There is a lot of times, and you'll see it with alcoholics and you'll see it with addicts, they have an emergency stash, because when you can't get anything and you start getting sick because you can't get it, you know you have this one spot you can go to and get your fix. So a lot of people will stash, and not a lot, but a little bit. So I don't know. I just feel like that's kind of at the top of my list, as far, not necessarily Fent, but the rugs themselves. Not necessarily a specific one, but you know, if you could have had Coca-Cola in your house and your kid went and got in your Coca-Cola, and now you don't have a kid anymore, and your second kid is picking it up and trying to figure out what's going on, and they used the Coca-Cola and ate the Coca-Cola, because I know they weren't toddlers, but if you see somebody, a kid, if you're in the mind of a kid, and you see somebody have something and then they drop over dead, a kid's personality, most kids would pick it up and be like, well, what is this? What happened? So I don't know.
Mm-hmm. Well, you know, and that's just it, right? Honest question, will we ever find the answers? Absolutely, I believe so. What's your gut feeling on this one, Melissa?
I hope so.
You have a lot more life experience.
I really hope so.
Yeah, absolutely. I think there will be, but I do question too. Like, okay, I look at Orrin and Orson Welles, right? And I think about what they said. And it took about 14 months for them to be arrested, and they still never found the bodies of Orrin and Orson. Maybe they were trafficked. That was a huge thing. They could have very well been sold. Knowing those two, it wouldn't seem unlikely that that's probably what happened. I actually believe with Orrin and Orson that whereas Summer Wells, I believe Summer Wells is dead myself. But Orrin and Orson, I don't usually go down the trafficking line, but even though I know it's huge, but I do believe that they were sold for money, that they were adopted out to somebody else and they were given a nice amount of money for it. And they could very well be dead as well. But I'll leave that in my mind that they were more likely sold because they were all about money. To them, that's what they were being foster parents for. It wasn't because, oh, I love children. It was for money. So that one would make more sense to me. But their whole storyline is the same as what Malaya and Daniel are portraying here. Do you remember that one at all?
I don't necessarily remember that one, but I disagree with you on Summer Wells.
You think she's alive? Yeah, you think she was trafficked? I
think that if I believe she could have been trafficked, yes.
And she could very well have been. That's a really fucked up case in itself, and it's another reminder of something like this case here. For some reason, my gut says that Summer Wells isn't alive. For me personally, that case became absurd in 2 seconds flat. New York Minute. Let me just see, because I was playing that one yesterday. Okay. And for some reason, it wasn't coming across very loud. It was coming across really low. And even now, as I played, it's on like 300. You know what? I'm going to try to see if there's a better version of it. Because this one was from the news, but it's so low for some reason. Go ahead. If you see any questions in there, sorry, did you have to get going?
No, I'm good so far.
You still good for a little bit? Okay. If you see any questions, just answer it. And Orson, like I said, Melissa has way more experience than I do when it comes to, like she said, she was a medic, an addict, and lost her son that was murdered on there. So she's been through a lot. She's done a lot. She's been through a lot. Unlike my own life.
I mean, Jack and Lily being sold is really low on my list. But
yeah,
again, you know, it's never zero.
Mm-hmm. It's never right. Even in the woods is still never a zero, to be honest with you. It's unlikely, but okay, because this is the one I'm watching here. Let me just see if I can find it. Let me see if I can hear it better on here. Oh, it was taken off of there. Darn you, Court TV. It was on their Facebook. Don Wells. Oh my God. Oh, those two of them. Oh, let's see this one. Here, let's watch this. Okay, guys? You guys want to still hang for just a little bit? Okay, I'm gonna play. This is Orson Welles. It's on Court TV. Mm-hmm. I'll make it bigger. Love it when he made his own YouTube channel. So we'll watch this. Yeah, Vinny. Yeah, when he made his own YouTube channel. It's kind of like, so being in true crime, you know, sometimes Nancy Grace will like my posts and stuff like that. Talk to Vinny a couple times, you know, because these are the typical people in the circle in the United States of, so if anyone, of course, usually knows Nancy Grace or Vinny Politan from Court TV and stuff like that. But yeah, he made his own channel and frickin', you know, I was one of his first darn subs. I was probably like 23 or something like that. And then, you know, someone like Vinny, right? You got to love his personality. It's kind of like a tell it like it is type of person. And then he made his own. I see a lot of these people making their own YouTube channels. Even I seen Brian Enton make his own YouTube channel. And so he's starting to grow, because just like Jennifer Coffindaffer, right? It's like a lot of these people start realizing, hey, I can have my own YouTube channel as well. But anyways, you guys, this is what to do with Orson
I like
Welles.
that Vinny has his own YouTube. I like that Vinny has his own YouTube because he's a lot more outspoken. Stuff he can't necessarily say on Court TV, he can say.
Right, exactly, right? That's the nicer part. But okay, so I'm going to play this out. Hold on. Oh, is it not playing? One second. How come it's not? Is it not playing? One second. Okay, there we go. Hold on. Let me go back.
You know, there is no responsibility more awesome than the responsibility of being a parent. And for those of us who have children, we understand that. When you bring life into the world and there's this little human and you now are responsible for everything. You've got to keep that child safe. You've got to keep that child warm. You've got to keep the child fed. And you've got to make sure that child grows and becomes a young adult. And that whole time, you just carry this incredible amount of anxiety and am I doing the right thing? It's tough. It is tough stuff. And we know there's great parts of parenting. The rewards are endless. But that responsibility is real, which is why when I think of parents who have adopted children and think of the added responsibilities that they have and the added challenges that they have, I have so much respect for what adoptive parents do. And when they adopt a child out of foster care, wow, you are an angel. You are amazing. And thank goodness there are people like that are willing to do that and help these children who need everything. Because whatever happened in their lives, they need to be saved from. And that's why the first time I heard the story of Orrin and Orson West, a 3 and a 4-year-old.
I said, well.
Look at these little, oh goodness, look at these little guys. Are you kidding me? 3 and 4 years old, and there was a story that they were missing. So I said, of course we have to cover this story. Brothers, 3 and 4, both missing. We need to find them and bring them home. Let's cover that story. And we did, and we have been covering that story. And it was one of our unsolved cases here on Closing Arguments. You know, one of those stories that we do again and again and again, looking for tips, looking for clues, looking for answers. Well, tonight, according to the district attorney in Kern County, California, that case has been solved. And it's not what you want to hear tonight. It's not what I wanted to hear. Because the people responsible for the disappearance of those 2 angels were the 2 people who were supposed to save them. Mom and dad. The adoptive mother and father. Those 2 little guys were having a rough life. They were in foster care. And then 2 people said, yes, we'll take those children. We'll take care of them. We'll bring them into our family. And now tonight, it's a completely different story because Trezell West and Jacqueline West, mom and dad, are charged with murder. Here's the district attorney.
I have information about Orrin and Orson West, the 2 young boys who were reported missing from California City 14 months ago. On December 21st of 2020, Orrin was 4 years old and Orson was 3 years old. Their adoptive parents in California City, Trezell West and Jacqueline West, reported to the California City Police Department that the boys had disappeared from their backyard. The California City Police Department began a search for the boys in the area around their home. After a period of time, the FBI joined in the search, as did the California Highway Patrol and search and rescue from the Kern County Sheriff's Department. The community also came out to assist in looking for the boys, but to no avail. they were not located. 1 week later, crucial information came to light that necessitated the involvement of the Bakersfield Police Department and the Kern County District Attorney's Office. Law enforcement worked diligently, hundreds of hours in the next 12 months, looking for the boys. This morning, I'm saddened to announce that the investigation has revealed that Orrin and Orson West are deceased. The investigation has also revealed that they died 3 months before their adoptive parents reported them missing. However, I am pleased to announce that this week, the Kern County Grand Jury indicted Trezell and Jacqueline West, the adoptive parents, for the murder of Orrin and Orson West. The indictment charges 5 counts. The first count is murder. Charges them both with murder, with the victim being Orrin West. The second count charges murder, with the victim being Orson West. The third count charges felony child abuse against the person of Orrin West. The fourth count charges child abuse against the person of Orson West. And the fifth count charges false report of an emergency. Naturally, the first 2 counts carry the most time in state prison, murder. It is charged as murder in the second degree. That carries 15 years to life, but with 2 victims, the potential penalty or the maximum possible penalty, if convicted, is 30 years to life for each defendant, Trezell and Jacqueline West. However, one of the questions that I'm sure you would like to know is, have the bodies of Orrin and Orson been found? And the answer to that is no, they have not been found. However, I would like to emphasize that the fact that law enforcement have not found their bodies does not preclude a murder prosecution. As a matter of fact, there have been many hundreds of what we call no-body homicides prosecuted across the United States successfully, and even no-body homicides have resulted in murder convictions in Kern County.
So sad. I mean, it's heartbreaking. Everyone was hoping that, you know, the children, best case scenario, were abducted by someone who wanted children and would.
Is the smoking gun, right? That is the proof of guilt.
The child dies, right? They had 4.
Okay, they didn't.
No, they should be outside playing.
Hey, here, hold on.
These children. But
tell us what happened the night the kids went missing.
Oh, okay.
From our yard.
Okay. It was cold. I was gonna make a fire. It's a lot of wood in this area right here next to our house. I opened up the back gate. I'm throwing wood, bringing it inside. My wife's inside. She was actually wrapping gifts, so we thought it was a good idea that our youngest 2 go outside and play with chalk on the back patio. Do not let them go on the dirt in the backyard. We keep them close. So I was playing with chalk, and I came in the house. I saw them there. I went in the house. I came back out. I didn't see them now. I immediately went back in, asked my wife, did you see the boys? She said, no,
okay.
They should be outside playing with chalk.
Okay, so just to touch on that for 1 second, you heard him say, I immediately. Malaya says, I immediately called 911. Daniel says, I immediately got into the vehicle, right? So we're just going to touch on each of these parts here.
I said, well,
hold on.
So I came back outside and I started searching.
Okay, what?
So Katie Proudfit, I immediately, got in my car. Besides that, something I'm noticing here, and this would be more of an Alexa thing, but The way he's holding his hands, he's closing himself off. She is too. Her face is showing contempt. He is trying to hide as much of his face as possible and showing contempt in his face as well by their body language. And the way she is swaying back and forth is a soothing motion that you do. But when they first asked, tell us what happened the night the kids went missing, there was a pause there. And it's like, well, and they kind of took a breath. They're trying to figure out what they had said before. They're trying to remember their lie. Like everything about their body language, and again, this is more of an Alexa thing, but everything about their body language is screaming, we are lying.
She said the same
Even
thing.
without knowing anything else, without seeing that prior part, they are lying.
Yeah. He's just like, well, let me just remember the story here. And that's kind of like what Malaya did was, well, I mean, the person asked what happened, right? The reporter. And then she goes, well, what happened was, and then she goes into this script. And you could tell that it was scripted. Daniel was trying to remember the same script. But now Daniel, I can tell, he knows that Malaya said, and I tell Daniel, well, Daniel's trying to flip a script there. And he's going, I asked Malaya, right? He's trying to fuckery with us. But anyways, yeah, absolutely. Alexa said the same thing. And again, there's no emotion going on here, right? Because they're lying. They're simply, we know that. They've been charged. They haven't found the bodies, but they've been charged with murder of Orrin and Orson. And these children were adopted, and they died 3 months. I forgot about that because I knew that there was a case where they were still collecting payments, welfare payments, or I should say, whatever you get, whatever that payment is for when you foster children. And they were collecting it for 3 months, and those children weren't alive. Begs to differ. Like, well, where was the mother? Like, obviously, for 3 months, they made up excuses about where the children were. But anyways, again, the case, they're outside in the back, you guys. Accidentally, leaves the gate open, but anyway, let me play it out still.
In my backyard, I searched the whole thing. I realized that I left the gate open, and I panicked, came inside the house, searched the house, me and my wife. Once that didn't pan out, I got in the van. I looked down the street, both directions. It was getting dark, getting cold, and I got in the van.
There we go. Searched the culverts. Searched all the back roads. Got in my vehicle. That's what I did.
Eye contact.
Mm-hmm.
And I hit a bunch of corners. I went down this street. I turned my light on. I searched. I called their names. Talked to a gentleman on the street on the other side over there. He didn't see no one. So then I came home and I told my wife we need to call the cops.
All right, Eklund, that's their story.
1 second. 1 second. So there was actually more to that. But again, that one was so low. But like I said, came back to Malaya. Malaya asked me, should I call 911? Wait, Malaya was on the phone already when I came out of the woods for 30 seconds. They also said in there when we put this yesterday, that they don't normally do stuff like that. They don't just normally wander outside that gate. Mm-hmm. Well, that's just exactly it. That's the whole point, is that when you're listening to bullshit, and I think we're all pretty, I would like to think that we're all on that same page, that the interview from Malaya and what Daniel are trying to sell us is a very scripted, normal of context to when people are trying to hide the truth. And that's why it sounds so familiar, is because you're trying to give the bare minimum of the answers. Now, you have to remember, it's been almost 3 months. Daniel's had well time to sit there and, figure out a better story to add to what he can't remember what he said and what he has said. And he's trying to play off of that now, right? He's trying to use time to his advantage to now try to sell us more BS. But at the beginning of this, right, is that Malaya, again, everything she's saying is just like they weren't here. Oh, see, it's too bad because in the other one too, he stutters just like Daniel when he's about to reference, oh yeah, and if anyone has information, please reach out. I can't use my brain cells, but let's reach out to your nearest the police station, or and you can just see the stumbling going on there, as they're trying. They don't even know the words to say. Like it's not fluent, it's not fluid how it's coming out of their mouths. They're both stammering as they're sitting there going, oh yeah, okay, yeah, and yeah, if you have something to say about Jack and Lily, and he's like, or yeah, if anyone has any, and you're just like, shut the fuck up, is what I'm thinking in my head, because they both stammer when they're kind of given that certain part, and that to me is like one of those little details that says, that you're uncomfortable saying it, but you got to say it, in a sense, because obviously you're going to try to project that what you've already done, allegedly. Well, in Jack and Liz's case, allegedly. And now you have
Did you just say Malaya said... Just say Malaya said, should we call 911? Is that even a question? Like,
no,
of course, so if your child's not there, you call 911.
So Daniel gave different counts of versions of that. Now, so at first he said that his mom came out of the camper and that he was racing around the home inside and out, kind of like, what they just said there with Trezell and whatever her name is. But anyways, so he says that Malaya asked him if he should call 911. And his answer, he says, is, well, basically, fuck yeah, your kids are missing. Now, the other version, there's 3 versions. The second version is that he went up in the woods for 30 seconds. And when he came out, Malaya was already on the phone calling 911. And then the third version is that Malaya asked him if she should call 911. And he says, well, just give me a minute. And that's when, now, you could, in hindsight, though, if you wanted, you could kind of say, okay, well, obviously he didn't say just a minute, Avon calling, fuck off, right? But it's like, so you could kind of see where perhaps that he told a piece of the story this way, a piece of it that way, when it really could have been that Malaya was outside, just with him, because they came out at the same time, right? Daniel said that, Malaya said that. So anyways, okay, so she had the phone and she was like, should I call 911? And he's like, well, just give me a minute. I'll go check in the woods, comes back down. And then he says, and then Malaya be on the phone. But he changed it up 3 times in his version. So now it just becomes, well, what are we supposed to believe? Because in the one clip, you just said that, you went up for 30 seconds and you gave these 3 different now versions of it. So what are we supposed to believe amongst the fact that you lied about the blanket? You literally lied about a blanket right at the get-go. So right then and there, he's a liar. You can't even believe him, because the minute somebody even lies about something that could be so important about the case, that Lily's blanket, he's denying is Lily's, where Malaya said she believed it was. She wasn't, because it was a piece of the blanket. When I say a piece, it was still a good piece. But anyways, so you're trying to cover your ass by saying no because you think Malaya set you up. So that's why you said, Darren, how stupid does that sound? How stupid does that sound to anyone even listening to this case? You guys know, if you were listening to that shit, watching court TV here on CNN, and the person said, you would instantly go, liar, freaking liar. You'd be like shouting that at the TV, going, liar, right? So why people still want to think that Daniel, poor innocent effing Daniel, is, you know, like that these some of these viewers, right, that are watching these the different channels that cover this case. It's just astonishing to me that it's like, well, I believe Daniel. Really? How do you believe him at all? He started off with a lie. He even said he lied. That's why there's two different versions. So how does a mind, a very logical thinking brain, when someone tells you that they literally think that they're going to be implicated, so they lie about the blanket? Common sense on that, people. So for people that are sitting there going, well, I believe Daniel. Sorry. Use what God gave you, because anyone listening to that on a regular news station, if you were watching it, would be like, oh, that guy's lying. That guy's for sure. But here in YouTube land, you know, oh, pro Daniel, you're being so hard on him, Sonny. Fuck no. I'm being nice. I'm actually one of the nicer channels, to be honest, on Daniel. Other people are outright accusing him. Other people are outright saying a way lot more just because I poke fun at him. Oh, Sonny's being too hard on Daniel. Poor fucking Daniel. Like I said, this channel's actually been quite nice to him, even in my jibbing of him, compared to what some of those other channels are saying about him, or Malaya, for that matter. So I just don't understand in what wackadoodle world that our brain cells actually think, oh, poor Daniel, he's being truthful. Right, Vanessa? Dumbass. Right, Vanessa? Remember I blocked your ass? Now I see you suck titting over there in Justin's channel. And even Justin's like, yeah, I don't really get it, Vanessa. It's like, I'm sorry, but I have to vent on this for 1 second. Vanessa, who claims to be some sort of card reader, some sort of freaking birth date thing or whatever, right? She kept saying it in the channel. We just ignored her. All she does is crawl up Daniel's ass. It's amazing to watch this happen. And then she's like, well, I'm putting out flyers. Like, how dare you, Sonny? I don't take back your apology. Good. Don't really care. You're annoying as fuck in the first place. But honestly, it was so nauseating to watch someone who's in the middle of an investigation and is a suspect. He clearly has lied from the start, and then he just continued on. And people sit there and go, oh, Sonny, you're being too hard on Daniel. Aw, there. Come suck on my left tit. Seriously, Daniel. That's how I feel. It's like for anyone to sit there and give anyone slack that lies during two missing kids is a joke from the start. And it's not about Daniel or Malaya for why we're here. I mean, kind of, but that's behind Lily and Jack. These are the people that were entrusted in the care of Lily and Jack. Malaya and Daniel. If Janie wants to lie or somebody else wants to lie to cover the ass of their son, perhaps, then so be it. Whatever. Okay? That's up to them. But two people that are actually in charge of Lily and Jack. And Malaya's doing this over here, and Daniel's coming in here trying to play people like the fools. Tint's YouTube channel is that. Just give me a second and I'll drop that, okay? For you.
But I've said it before and I'll say it again until I'm blue in the face. The truth does not change. So if you're saying one story and you keep changing it, then it's not the truth, because the truth doesn't change.
The truth, and you know what? Daniel said that. Daniel said that too. How many times has Daniel said, I'm telling you the truth. I'm telling you the truth. No, dude, you literally lied about a pink blanket that belonged to Lily because you thought that you were going to get looked at like a suspect. Duh. The minute you even say that, the harder someone looks at you. It's just amazing to me. Sonny has been arrested? Wait, has Daniel been arrested and hasn't said any more in chats? Oh no. He's, trust me, it'd be all over the news if his ass was arrested. No. I don't, what do you think, Melissa? Okay, like, let's just hypothetically say Malaya and Daniel, they're just bullshitting. The truth is that they're covering up. Let's just say that. It's been almost 3 months, right? Obviously, they can clearly see Daniel is telling a bunch of lies and mistruths and inconsistencies in his story. What do you think is the holdup here? I mean, is it because that they live in a more isolated area? Like, what would you think? Knowing that they live in a more isolated area where cellular data and all that stuff is a little bit harder to come by. There's no like neighbor door raping cameras and stuff like that.
I think that's just it. They just don't have the evidence yet. I think that the police are definitely looking at them, but to make a case and to make a case stick, even to get to the point where you have an actual case in court, you have to have probable cause. And they may not have that yet. Me personally, I think they've got enough probable cause that they could arrest them for neglect or abuse, but that would get them behind bars. Maybe they would talk, but I don't think that they have the evidence that they need to make the red rum case yet.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I think that they're working their asses off. I feel like it's going to be around the corner, to be honest with you. When I say around the corner, I'm going to say no more than 2 more months for me. Could be longer. Look at these two. But I don't know. If you were to be a crystal ball, what would you just gut intuition kind of time frame wise would you kind of think?
Well, that's the thing. I would have thought it would have been by now, but then again, we go back to Sebastian. I would have thought that there would have been a charge there by now. So I don't know.
Yeah. Hi, Raven.
You know, that's like Hayden Manis. He was missing for 5 years before he was even reported. I mean, it doesn't make any sense to me. I don't know.
Yeah, well, I know. I think what's ridiculous is that Daniel, he feels, oh, this is the joke of it, okay? Daniel literally feels like that they're giving him information. I truly believe myself, in my opinion, that they told him he passed the polygraph when really he didn't. We can do that shit.
Is it also a case they're giving him false information to see what leaks out and giving him enough rope to hang himself?
Oh, I believe that they're giving him tons of rope to hang himself, to be honest with you. And Daniel thinks his narcissistic personality, he's just absorbing it like he's their best friend or something. It's ridiculous listening to him, to be honest with you. It's ridiculous.
And to reply, Kent said that they're waiting to get the results back from the evidence that they're examining, and that may be true, but how long does that take in Nova Scotia? I know in America it can take months.
Okay. Yeah. They're waiting to get the results back from the evidence that they're examining. It does take, you guys, you have to have like search warrants, right? Like you just can't go to the whatever it is, Starlink, and go, give me all that. You literally have to have execute search warrants. So just like in the Brian Koberger case, right? They had to go to Amazon. They have to go to all those different things. That takes time. That definitely takes time to put all their ducks in a row, get all the information back. With regards to the blanket, I'll be a monkey's uncle that this would take, like, I would have thought that would have been done right away. Maybe they're playing word games with us. Maybe they're just giving us, a little bit of information when really they've been working on it. And I had it already in the lab waiting to get tested, but things do take time. That I understand from following cases. You think that something should be just like that. Well, come on. You can tell that he's guilty or something like that. Like, where's their arrest? But realistically, if you guys look at the Brian Koberger case, I know that one's bigger because there's like 4 victims there. Huge paperwork on, because they have to follow protocol exactly. They don't want to risk fucking up a case because they didn't have their ducks in a row. So everything has to be meticulous and done the proper way. And simple as that. So it does take time. Sometimes, sometimes it's just quite clear that there's, like a cadaver dog comes in, knows that there's death around or something like that. Sometimes it's more clear. In this case, it's not as clear. I mean, it might be very clear to them after looking into everything and have a clear idea. And maybe have no whereabouts of where Jack and Lily could be if they are deceased. And other times, sometimes they confess. Sometimes one confesses over the other, and rats out the other one and stuff like that. But I don't know exactly what they're doing with Malaya and how many times that they've spoken with Daniel or Malaya. I know that Daniel acts like that 3 times a week that crimes unit's talking to him. And then you hear Janie say, no, we haven't heard from them in 3 months or 3 weeks to close to a month, actually. Daniel's just full of himself. He really wants us to believe. Like, this is the stupidity of it. Like, I guess that's for me, like the stupidity of all this. Dude, either you're the dumbest man on the planet in thinking that these are your friends, that they're giving you information. Daniel's outright said, the detectives told me they don't believe I have anything to do with it. Yeah, okay, dumbass. All right, okay. And he keeps,
how many times can we count that a detective or somebody, and we've watched an interrogation, and they're like, well, we don't think you did it, but we think you can help, and da-da-da-da-da. They say that crap to get you to open up. They say that to make you comfortable so that you trip over yourself and tell them the truth.
Mm-hmm. But Daniel's delusional. He thinks that they're just, they said I did a good job. I did a great job on the polygraph, you guys. All over Canada.
Well, here, Daniel, let me give you another piece of advice. They will also tell you, well, if it was an accident, you just let us know. And they will give you all these hints to see if your story changes, and that's what it becomes and alters into. Go ahead, Daniel. Fall into their trap. Tell us where these kids are.
That's just it. It's like watching a monkey, have his own circus, really, with him. And it's just kind of like the only person that's really, the monkey's arse there is himself. Like, it's just so ridiculous from an outsider looking at what we see him doing and saying. Yeah. So I want to say, you guys, what was the video sent to RCMP? If so, will it not be enough so they can get a warrant to search Cheryl's property? Oh, well, like at the end of the day, again, RCMP are on this when it comes to that stuff, right? Hey, Callie, how are you? Like I said, sometimes they're not perfect. We know Delphi sucked ass. We know that for sure. And they were just lucky that Richard Allen finked on himself, really, in that case, or else they would have totally had a huge, that was probably the worst case. I'm so leery of thinking that they're doing something because of the Delphi case. Everything that you thought they should have done, they didn't do. It was crazy, especially the sticks off of Abby and Libby's bodies. They just put them down. Yeah, let's just, write blood on there. Don't worry about it. Let's just put those sticks off to the side. And then they have to go back and collect that evidence.
That's of no evidentiary value.
No, just blood on the sticks. What do we need those for? It was ridiculous. Can't just look at their last update and the amount of information they are telling us that they're examining. Yeah. Daniel, if just hypothetically, just and asking for a friend, what would be your last dinner that you would want in the outside world? Would it be KFC? Because we could share a bucket together. I mean, I'm willing to. Actually, no, I'm not. Not for you, Daniel. But if you could, Daniel, just in case, what would be your last dinner that you might consider having? What would that be? What do you think? Go ahead, Daniel. Just hypothetically. What would your last dinner be? What would your last dinner be, Missy? Based on, like, if you were dying tomorrow, what would your favorite last dinner be?
That's a hard one.
I know, right? Well, you can have multiple things. Don't get me wrong. It's your last dinner.
I mean, it would definitely have to involve mac and cheese because I'm a pasta addict. I'd want some sort of seafood, lobster, maybe some steak. Okay, here we go. I want to go to the Japanese where they make it in front of you. You know what I'm talking about? Them hibachi peoples, where they like throw the shrimp at you and see if you can catch it. Just give me the big platter there that's got steak and chicken and lobster and scallops and shrimp. Go ahead and give me that so that I have everything. And then I get my pasta in there too. And go ahead and give me some mac and cheese. And I got to have a Dr. Pepper and some sweet tea.
Okay. Hey, just 1 second. Puddin', are you an RCMP officer? Are you anybody besides a viewer that's coming in here that probably shouldn't be in here? You shouldn't be saying this. This is why the RCMP sits out of it. Get the fuck out of here, actually. I don't even have time to listen to idiots like you. So no other channel, no news channel talks about any sort of crimes or anything like that or speculation. I can't even deal with that type of person today. Don't even get me started. I don't have the patience for those type of people. You shouldn't be saying that. I'm just sitting at home watching you on my YouTube channel. You know, fucking no knowledge whatsoever. But you just be staying out of it. Fuck off. Watch your mouth, Sonny. Anyways, good dinner. Mine would be mashed potatoes, gravy, Yorkshire pudding, turkey, especially so I can get those nice turkey farts so that when I do die, I just right out of me, right? And cheesecake, and for drinking, probably, drinking, cream soda. Yeah. And some little side appetizers, of course. Yeah. You guys go get KFC, okay? I got one right here, pretty much outside my door. Go ahead. I got Dairy Queen. I got KFC. I got Nando's. I have Pizza Hut. I got Chinese food. I got Timmy's, Starbucks. It's all around me, people. All I have to do is walk.
I meant to ask you.
Yeah.
I meant to ask you the other day. I was trying to go to bed. I was irritated. So I got on another YouTube channel, and it's one of them eating, see how fast they can eat at channels. Where I swear they don't have a gag reflex because they just swallow everything whole. But he went to a place called Jukes. Jukes, I think is what it was. And it's in Canada. Have you ever been there? He said it's really good.
Never
Jukes
heard of it.
Chicken or something like that.
It's probably on the East Coast. Yeah. West Coast and East Coast have a lot of different major stores and different things. Like you'll see like a lot of like co-op and stuff more so. And you'll see a lot of things like Original Joe's restaurant, but the East Coast side has a lot of different branding over there. Like they'll have a Timmy's and stuff, but they have a lot of different outlets as well that we don't see over here on the western side. Yeah, so you're on the western side, eastern side, so you'd probably see it way before I ever saw one. Mm-hmm. I was gonna say, you guys, I'm probably gonna get going now. Daniel was hoping everyone would be more like that. Shut up and let him tell his lies. It obviously, right? Yeah. You know what? You know what Daniel needs? Hey, why is my foot sore? Looks like it's okay. You know what Daniel needs? Honestly, do we actually need to listen to any more of Daniel's inconsistencies, his lies? Like, honestly, do we really need any more? Again, Daniel can keep lying because at the end of the day, the RCMP, they've got this. We already know that he's lying and he's not being truthful. Honestly, if Daniel's in the room or whatever, he's going to get shut down here, even if he just says a peep in this room. Why? Because I don't need to hear any more of his bullshit, because that's exactly what it is. You know, all he's doing is spewing around, saying the same shit half the time, throwing in a few insults nowadays, you know, and all he's trying to do is just propagate his own agenda. And people are entertaining that. But that was okay at the start and for quite a while. Now it's just a joke to me. He's just, like I said, all he's trying to do is propagate his innocence of everything, that he's being truthful. Again, it doesn't take a rocket science to see that nobody talks about hiding t-shirts and that somehow that these are going to be Melissa. I think I took it down actually finally, or else I'd probably play it, but I think I finally took it down. Yeah, I did. Because there was that one where he was just going on, like Darren's just going on and on. Well, Daniel lied for this reason. Yeah, the 2 shirts. Well, you know, somebody went into the trailer and removed 5 items, planted them against Daniel. Honestly, you know, consider ignoring him. You know, a narcissist loves to be the center of attention. He loves to try to come in here and other places, and just for the attention factor, he loves it. He's soaking it up, you know, and everyone's like, oh, Daniel's in the house. Honestly, I could care less. At this point in time, I've heard enough of Daniel to last me a lifetime. The only time I want to really even see Daniel again is, well, I mean, you guys know I'll freaking screenshot and stuff like that. I don't screenshot at all. I don't. It gets boring after a while listening to his shit. When you already know that somebody is fabricating and lying and inconsistencies, after a while, what do you even need to bother for anymore? Because you can just literally take anything that they've set up in this point and go, yeah, okay, well, let me just screenshot another lie and another bullshit, another inconsistency. You know, I'm not entertaining him anymore when it comes to that, right? I'm not going to be sitting here, well, let's see the nicer side of Sunny for Daniel anymore. No, he had the nice side for a long time. I just wanted him to, you know, speak up. Again, the writing is on the wall that Daniel is saving himself for Netflix and he's saving himself for TV interviews. Because he said that, by the way, about Netflix, right? And he's saving himself for interviews. We're just some loser YouTube creator channels, and he's been asked, right, by channels with millions of subscribers, and he's turned those people down, right? Because Daniel just wants to pop in and pop out and pop in and pop out, right? Like a little freaking weasel going in and out, and then going, no, you guys aren't worth me on your channels, because probably, you know what, give me some of this and maybe we'll talk. Give me some of that. No. We're just peons to him that he's playing, right? Or that he thinks he's playing, right? Because he's saving himself so that he can talk to the news and give his different agenda to the news. But here, we're just a bunch of idiots, so he thinks, that are just buying into what he's trying to do. And I hope you guys are very clear, myself, on what Daniel has been doing. I watch him like a little freaking, like I said, a little weasel going back and forth between the channels, going into chat room groups, the private ones that not everyone gets to see. And he's just trying to use it to his own advantage, that he thinks, to basically say, none of it's true, guys. That whole video about Wade, not true. That's why Haley came in there too and was like, really, Daniel? Because at the end of the day, Haley is Malaya's sister. I don't think there's innocence between either, Daniel. But if I was to pick the one that is the biggest bullshitter, I'm going to say it's Daniel. Daniel is, to me, that really covert narcissist, in my opinion. And he's just trying to manipulate people. And he's so transparent, it's not even funny. Well, once you get by the fact that he wasn't genuine, And I really think though, Melissa, with that, is because as usually people that are very deep empaths or caregivers and stuff like that, they're looking to try to look for genuineness. And I think that that's why Daniel, he's not just an outright, he's not just an outright narcissist. He's one of those ones that kind of is a sly fox one to me. And that's why I think we didn't pick up on him right away, because because he has more of the traits of projecting sincerity, when truly, so to me, I call him a covert narcissist, versus one that is like Anthony Greeno, right? Narcissist, right? Full of himself, right? Him, you can see a mile away. Daniel, to me, you couldn't see a mile away. I couldn't even see him 10 feet away at first. Do you think? Because it's very...
I think... I think at first he really played the role and he played it well. But you can only play a role for so long before your true colors come out. And his have definitely came.
Well, because it's very rare that a person is going to get by and say, me, Charmaine, yourself, because I know that we're the type of people that will spot these people. But he got by us all at the start.
Generally, we are, but
yeah. So Daniel, kudos on you.
I think that's what got me. Yeah. And that's what got me. It's like he got by my bullshit meter, your bullshit meter, Char's bullshit meter, and we're all like, yeah, we think he's genuine. And then his mouth just kept going, and I'm like, I don't think so anymore. It's like, so good on you, because you had us fooled for a minute, and we aren't normally easily fooled.
I was going to say, so Daniel, nice attempt. I'll give you some kudos on that one. Unfortunately, I'm not the one with 2 missing children and playing these games, right? Again, Melissa, Daniel is claiming that they're alive. Darren is Daniel's puppet, but in saying that, Darren somehow thinks that he's like the mastermind, I think, of all this, and that he's speaking for Daniel because he's thinks that he's better, whatever at it. Whereas Daniel's like, yeah, Darren, you go ahead, because I'm not going to go on these channels, but now that I have you as my puppet, shouting out for me. But the thing is, God is It's like watching a circus act go round and round at the sake of 2 children. That's the joke of it. That's the part when I get, like, you know how you go through different emotions, right? So through a divorce, through, families that are going through the missing of Jack and Lily, right? You're very sad. You're still sad, but then you start getting angry because you're not hearing anything. You start going through different. That's how I feel about, say, this is that I'm past playing games with anyone. I'm not here for anyone besides Jack and Lily, first and foremost. And it angers me. It totally angers me that we have to sit here and follow a case because you want to know what happened to Jack and Lily and to deal with a bunch of freaking morons, right? Sitting there playing games with Jack and Lily. We got Janie there preaching about how much I love Jack and Lily. They're just like my grandchildren. Fuck off. Seriously? That's why you're giving the mistruth about the timeline? You didn't hear shit. I'm telling you right now, you did not hear shit of Jack and Lily that morning. To me, that's a bold-faced lie. You made that shit up. And you guys are so stupid, in my opinion, that you guys couldn't even fabricate the same story together. There's no hope in heck that her story is true to go along with Malaya putting those vehicles. Those children, unless those children willingly went off with someone by the count of all of them that said, just get into the vehicle, we'll come for you shortly. But her to say that she heard those children, I don't buy it. I don't believe it for 1 second because it doesn't make any sense, and neither does Malaya putting the children in a vehicle at that point, or Daniel or anyone to their timeline. So that's why I call horseshit on that. It's not possible to have heard those children based on their own timeline and the fact of trying to put Malaya putting the kids in a car. The only time that those kids, it could have been truthful, is if someone that they knew came on the property and they waved, see you, we'll come see you in a couple weeks, okay? That type of thing. But no, it's just, it just astounds me. At the sake of the, you know what I'm saying? I get so angry just thinking about it. 2 beautiful children. The one that you gave birth to, Malaya? The 2 children here of yours that you gave birth to? Like, what the heck? Like, what the heck? Daniel. As for Daniel, kiss off. You're going to keep looking for them for a lifetime. In my opinion, you already know where they are. Going to keep looking for them. It's things that Daniel said like that only add to his already suspicious words and his mistruths and lies. Who says twice that they're gonna, you know what? And I'm gonna keep searching for as long as I have to. If that means the rest of my life, then I'll do it. Right?
That to me says that he thinks he has them hidden well.
Well, if nobody says that. Nobody makes that into a normal sentence, really. Unless you already are referencing that these children are gone. Not that, I think Daniel in his warped brain thinks that he's thinking of it, Malaya, and you didn't do it, but your evil, wicked mother did it, and she hid those children, and they're probably in Australia by now, but I'm going to keep searching for them by boat, by land, by air. I'm going to be there. Yeah, whatever. Honestly, I'm honestly getting bored of talking about Daniel, to be honest with you, because no matter how I say it, it's just like, oh, let's just talk about his lies again. Oh, let's just talk about Janie's bullcrap. Let's just talk about the whole thing being bullcrap, including Malaya in there. It doesn't matter. I'm not here to protect or be nice to any one of those people anymore. sick of it. Sick of the bullshit. These children deserve answers. They will come, and we'll keep showing Jack and Lily and all that stuff. But how many times do I really need to feel like, without sounding like a repetitive, freaking echo? Well, let's go back to Janie, what she said here and what she said there. Let me just talk about that again. Stuff like that bores the shit out of me. I don't mind talking about it, to bring it back up, to remind people of certain things that are said in conjunction to why this is bullcrap. But honestly, it's getting old. Daniel is just boring the shit out of me now, really. But because he's lying, it just angers me, because these two children are at the butt of the joke to them. Anyway, last words.
Yeah, I hope they come home. I hope they come home alive. I don't feel like they're going to, but I guess really, I'm sick of people hurting children. Like, there are people in the world that will take a child if you don't want a child. Like, you don't have to kill that child. You don't have to make that child go missing. Like, you could have turned them over to CPS willingly and relinquished your rights. You could have, for God's sakes, call me up. I'll take the kid. It's better than you killing it. Like, just stop hurting kids, people. I'm really frustrated with all of it.
I know, because children are so near and dear to my heart. Like, again, as a mother, right? Although mine and my son's relationship has been strained from the divorce, and it totally has killed my heart for how my son had treated me all those years. I just knew I was going to be a really good mom from when I was a kid. Now, when Matthew was born, it was my responsibility. My life was about making sure that my son was loved, that he was cared about, that he had balance. I needed to be the best mom that I could. And I was always a great mom to our son. Now, during the divorce, he wanted his dad's love. He had to, like I said, get hurtful to me, say really cruel things. Now that he's had a child of his own, we talk more. And I think he'll understand now that my love for my child is unwavering. He's hurt me, but it's my son. It's my child. And it's my job. It was my job to raise him, to protect him, to make, the best that I could. I would honestly, and this isn't being braggadocious, I'd probably give myself an 11 out of 10 if I was to say the kind of mother that and how much children mean to me. Because there's a couple things in life that really mean a lot to me. One is love. The second, is as a whole, right? Always big on, love to my husband, to my husbands. Right now it's down to one. But there's, and when you have a child, you have to have balance, obviously, because now there's a third person coming into your life, and your husband, and you need time, and the child. But the child always comes first. Always comes first. That's how I took it. Like when my ex-husband said to me that he was jealous of the amount of attention I was giving our son, and our son was like, 4 years old at the time. I'm like, how old are you? You're literally saying that to me, you big effing baby, that you're jealous of the attention I'm giving our son. It just was the most ridiculous thing that I had ever heard. You keep popping in and out there. But anyways, so there's a few things I'm really good at in life. And, that's why I have to be either talking with people, because I care a lot deeply about people, ones that deserve it. There's a lot of trash people around this, especially on internet. There's a lot of people that are just behind a computer. But I'm talking about, the good ones on the internet, and the good friends I've made as well, and in real life, and there's things that I'm really, like I said, good at. And children are my absolutely by far the most precious things in the world. Just looking at Jack and Lily, that's what pisses me off, is that you're watching these selfish people talk about reasons why they can't put out posters, or why they didn't attend a vigil, and why they didn't do this, or why they didn't do that. And they're making a mockery out of Jack and Lily. It's like you might as well spit in their face to me, because these two children are the most beautiful prized possessions that parents could ever have, and they should be treated as such. They didn't ask to be brought into this world. People, we bring them into this world. They deserve nothing but the best. They deserve love. They deserve discipline, proper discipline, right? They deserve it all. They're innocent, just like animals, right? If you own one, then you sure in the heck better take care of it properly, right? They deserve it too. They don't have a voice. Children don't have a voice. So we have to be their voice. And I think it's really pathetic that we're being a voice for cases where the parents are being voices. But these cases that come along where there's a whole bunch of shit and shadiness going on, and we're being the bigger voice than most of the family members out there, that's pathetic. That's pathetic. And then when you listen
And
to
you
them,
can't,
go ahead.
and you can't tell me that Belinda would not have taken those children, because I fully believe she would have. If they would have called and said, hey, we can't do it no more, we don't want them, you know, whatever, just take them. You can't. And I don't even know her, but from what I've understood of her, she would have gladly said, I'll be there as soon as I can. Just, you know, give me a minute to get there.
You know.
So there's no excuse for hurting a child.
No, and if it's, again, right? I mean, again, if an accident happened under their care, you know, again, you have to be accountable for it. And you have to face, you know, the justice, whatever that comes at you, because it was underneath your neglect that something happened to these children regardless. And so I can't express in any sort of words just how much children mean to me. And that's where my anger level comes from, is watching two beautiful children on our screen. Like, look at little Jack. You know, it's, how do you not break down inside knowing that these two children are missing? I mean, I'll be the first one, you know, to love, I mean, Belinda and other family members, but you know what I'm saying, that if they were hidden, I would love for that to be the answer. I would love for them to find out that the children were hidden and blah. I don't really think that's the case. That's going to happen in this situation. It's very unlikely. It's a very small, slim chance. People want to hold out hope for that. Absolutely. I agree. Until answers come, hold on to some hope there. Absolutely. Newfie steak, Newfie screech. But anyways, so because I am so passionate about children, it makes me very angry when they are like the butt end of a joke to some of these family members that we're watching, for Jack and Lily. All this talk about, you guys, you know what? Yeah, let's just end the live, and we're all just going to go run to our fridges, run to our phones, whatever, order food. Yeah, because I'm getting really hungry. So someone just asked me about tent. No, he was in here yesterday, and I asked him if he wanted to come up. I mean, again, you know, if he could have reached out to me if they want to, but some people maybe don't necessarily do. Like, he records, but necessarily doesn't maybe do YouTube. He does TikTok, and maybe that's his forte and stuff like that. As for tonight, you guys, if you're not a member and wish to become a member, look at that. There's 12 people that became members. No, hold on. 10 people that became members today. Okay. Darlene, go down these. Lola, Norbeaster, Anne Elizabeth, Crystal, Squid. We're doing a live, members live tonight, guys. Tamlin. Then there was a couple of super chats. Lisa. Support with Steffa. Thought I was worth so much more support with Steffa, but okay. Deb Wallace, Fran, and Terry Van Horn. All those people, 10 people became members tonight. So again, I will be doing a members live at 6 p.m. my time. So again, members are very loosey-goosey. I don't monetize them. I'm not looking for profit or any sort of value off of a live. When it comes to the monetization, it's if I want to play a copyright song, I think I will, right? And stuff like that. And it's a loosey-goosey one. We can have fun. By the same token, we can talk about the case as well, but we can also have fun. And yeah, that's what we're going to do. Mm-hmm. All right, so it's 6 o'clock tonight. So if you're not a member, it's $1.99. You think $1.99 is too much? You think I should lower it? Just kidding. I'm not lowering it. I think $1.99 is more than fair. 99 cents is like a bargain, but I'm not doing it. Actually, you'd have to create a whole new thing. Yeah. All right. Missy, you take care of yourself. Thank you. It was nice to see you again. Or have you up here again. It's been a while. You know how many times I said, you know how many times, Melissa, that, I mean, mind you, you're guilty too, though. But you know how many times I was like, oh, I need to message Melissa, because honestly, with me and working and lives in this case, time is like, it will be a couple weeks. And I was just thinking the other day, like, until you came in the chat, honestly, I was like, shit, I keep saying I'm going to message Melissa. Well, there's a lot of things I keep saying I'm going to doing, and I try to keep them in my memory banks. But if I don't like to write things down on sticky notes. If I did, I would remember, but I don't. So I still figure that my brain is good quality, but it's not on there. But anyways,
yeah, I do it too. I'll be like, oh, I need to message Sunny today, and then I'll get busy doing something, or my brother will call, and I'm like, okay, I gotta go deal with this, and I'll get into dealing with whatever issue he's got going on and getting it solved, and I'll be like, shit, I forgot to message Sunny. I'll do it in the morning, and then yeah, I'm horrible about it.
Well, I was gonna say, right, but you're one of those friends to me, like Alexa, or Charmaine, where you don't need to talk all the time, because you just kind of pick up where you left off. Like, I don't take any slight whatsoever if we haven't talked in a bit, or same with Alexa. It's one of those things that sometimes life gets going with you and stuff like that. But then again, yeah, I can easily pick up where you left back off and not miss a beat, right? It's not one of those awkward friendships where you're like, it's just one of those things when life gets busy, sometimes you forget. Right, Melissa?
Sadly, I do. That's like the day after surgery. I was just laying there, and my dad comes in the door, and he's like, "Are you alive?" And I'm like, "Yes." He's like, "Well, your phone's off," and I'm like, "No, it's not off, Dad. It's just on silent."
I know.
And I do it to him too. I'll be like, I need to call Dad, and then I'll totally forget, and then he'll call me. And I was like, yeah, I was just thinking about calling you yesterday.
Ooh, Aaron, one second there. Aaron gifted somebody a membership. Who got that, Aaron? 1 second. Let's see. I'm waiting for my chat to get back up. I know you guys can probably see it. Look at I'm in the YouTube studio right now, taking a look, waiting for it to pop up. Oh, come on. I didn't realize it was so far behind. Jeez, come on. It's still scrolling. I can't. Oh, wait, hold on. Oh. Azima. Azima got that one, Aaron. So congratulations, Azima. Sue Murphy became a member on this one. Now, Kent, dude, I can't invite you to the members on this one. I mean, not on the live part anyway, because I can't do members lives where you can't see my screen. Kent needs to get another device, is what Kent needs to get. T. Holly received a membership from Drippy Thoughtsicles on there. Oh, you guys are so nice. Wonder how many members I have. You guys are making me almost being able to make an emoticon, I think, again. Yeah. Huh. Every so many memberships, you can make another emoticon. I like making emoticons. That was nice. But anyways, so Kent, if you're listening to me right now, if you're not, then you can't. But yeah, I can't have you up on the channel with me on the live because I need to be able to share my screen and do stuff, right? And you need to get another device, Kent. Okay, you're gonna have to get one of those. Anyways, guys, Melissa, love you, girl. And Melissa again from Indiana. I desert you guys all. Like I'm going to desert you guys all now. All right. So I'll see you guys tonight. Nobody's arrested, Mary. I know we're still going to have to keep, continuing on coverage with this case. Hopefully it doesn't turn into a Sebastian Rogers case or a Summer Wells case, or in an Orson case. But anyways, you guys, I will see you tonight at the members live. So see you there. And thank you guys for gifting those memberships to others. I call that paying it forward. So Melissa, thank you, girl. Well, so what are you doing now? What are you going to be doing? Going to rest? Going to eat? Going to what?
I'm going to go eat, and then I'm probably going to take some medicine and lay back down because I'm really starting to hurt. So
are you starting to hurt now?
This is like I said, this is the most I've been up since surgery. So it's really starting to get to me.
Well, but you got the stapler one, Missy. Or maybe. I'll think it. We've already wasted a stapler on him. Maybe I'll take a poll. Stapler or bucket of KFC. I was going to say, so how's your breathing going? Is it better? Is that better?
Yeah, for the most part, it's kind of calmed down. I had that heat stroke, which led to the arrhythmia, which led to a lot of things. My blood pressure has been really low. It was 80/50 when I was taken to the hospital. It's been as low as 68/42. So we're just kind of playing by ear and seeing what's going to happen. So it is what it is. It's up to God, and that's it.
Yeah. Okay, Missy. Well, thank you. And of course, biggest hugs. And talk to you later. Thank you. Say bye, Melissa. Bye, Melissa. Really good person, guys. Thank you. So anyways, you guys, oh my God, thank God she's out of here now. I was hopefully. Shit, now I can spend an extra 30 seconds with you guys. Yeah, man, 100 bags. God is good. God is great. Well, let God give us some answers to Jack and Lily's case, eh? Let's do a lot of prayers for Jack and Lily, you guys. Don't forget about the fundraiser on the 9th. Media assets. I'm feeling naked. Oh, there we go. This is the regular one. Well, hold on. Les Aspen. Hold on, Les Aspen. This is the regular banner that I have because, like I said, most of the cases we cover this is just the basic generic one we would always use. But because we're in Canada and this is a Canadian case, all right. Have to flip between the two of them. But anyways, Nova Scotia is also hot today. And you know what? It's overcast here in the Vancouver area. It's nice. It's not too hot. I'm not sweating. Typically, there's nothing worse. Especially if women, the females especially, if you got some big, freaking watermelons, okay, I could literally probably make a swimming pool for Janie and, in that swimming pool of hers just by wiping underneath my lefty and righty there because it gets so hot, right? And it's just like a freaking, today is nice. Today is nice on there. I think someone should be kind in the Nova Scotia area. I think that pool was for Janie. I feel like that was for Janie. Yeah. You know what it is here? It's 19 degrees. 19 degrees, and I'm happy about that. Yeah. That's what I'm happy about. And I'll be happy when there's food that enters my mouth. So I'm going to leave you chicklets alone. And that, don't forget, we are voices for Jack and Lily. If you haven't hit that like and the share button, please do that, guys. And other than that, I will see you at 6 o'clock PST, 10 o'clock Nova Scotia, 9 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. And, of course, you guys can figure out the rest. Okay, guys. I'm just going to do the regular outro right now. Okay, guys. And... You guys ready? Are you ready? Are you ready for this? Okay, biggest hugs again. Jack and Lily.
A Norfolk night, the world is cold. We stand surrounded, we are not alone. Within my reverie, there's holy light. Without an honor, we stand and fight. And